Good morning, Kalimera, to all our visitors. I have the great pleasure to start the second day of our iPEAR conference here in this beautiful building. I thank the Embassy, the European Parliament, for hosting us today, especially thanks to Mrs. Dippmann from the Embassy who is here today, and to ACTO, who are all organizing this three-day event. So my name is Iris Wunder. I come from the German University Friedrich-Alexander-Universität Erlangen-Nürnberg, together with my colleague Dr. Ruth Maluszczyk, who you will hear in a minute. So we are happy to present the final conference of a three-year project called iPEAR, which stands for, and I need Alex, exactly, for inclusive peer learning with augmented reality, which means that we were researching the idea of combining technology with humanity, so to speak, because we all love the possibilities technology is giving us these days, but we also believe that it needs the human interaction, and especially the focus in this project is on peer learning. So we want to empower students to use the technology to their advantage and not let the technology lead, but the students, the humans, the pedagogy. And for this, we started a project. The initial idea, many things came from Greece, from Chrissa family, who is sitting here as well, and she managed to bring us all together. And we are here today, as I said, from the Friedrich-Alexander-Universität in Germany, Erlangen-Nürnberg, my colleague and I. Then I warmly welcome the representatives of ACTO. Especially I thank Alex for organizing the whole event, and of course his staff and all the presenters you will hear today. I kindly have the job to moderate the first sessions in the morning. I also welcome from NTNU, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, my colleagues here, Ekaterina and Michael. I use the first names today because they are in so many different languages that I'd rather not mispronounce them. So, but later on I'll give you the full names. I also welcome from our other partner, the International Hellenic University, George Cherpoulos, and I sent out via the streaming many greetings to Professor Tsinakis, who unfortunately can't be here today, but he's here in spirit, and we are happy to have him on the project. And then we have Anastasia also from ACTO here, who will be presenting later. We've got colleagues who will present. And finally, Yusen, they are doing our quality management. They are not here today, but they have done a lot of background work. So now I have a great pleasure to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Ruth Maluszczyk, who will tell you a bit more about the content of our project. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. I shortly stand up so that you can see me, and then I will sit because the mic is here. Thank you. Alex, can you change the presentation? No, it's the same presentation that Iris was starting. Thank you. Yeah, next slide, please. Our project is funded by the European Union. I guess that's what we mentioned already. Yeah. So what is our basic idea in iPEAR? We call it the iPEAR approach. This is the combination of peer learning, which is a pedagogical approach, with the technology of AR. So we do pedagogy first, which is the horse, and technology is torn by the horse, right? So this is our priority, the pedagogical approach, using augmented reality as a technology. Next. So the steps of our project are that we first see what is there already in the world, who is working similar to us with something that we could call iPEAR approach, which means to map the educational use of AR in higher education, focusing on collaborative and peer learning approaches. And the second step is then to elaborate on our iPEAR approach and to produce some texts that should be helpful in the end for educators that are interested in the iPEAR approach and that want to use it, which means facilitating the adoption of AR in higher education by creating open access teaching and learning materials for educators. This was step 2, and step 3 would be what we have today, creating a kind of community of experts in educational AR, just to have some people, stakeholders that we are working with that will promote the iPEAR approach as we do it. Next. So our basic question is, does the iPEAR approach of combining AR and peer learning enhance the motivation, engagement and empowerment of students in the learning process? And how did we find out about that? We had some case studies in universities, in our partner universities. Educators were collaborating with our project and using the iPEAR approach, this methodology, in their own seminars. So the method was case studies, and analyzing those case studies, we used the mixed methods, giving students to answer a survey, a short survey, and having an interview, quite a long interview with educators. So these are the universities that took part in the case studies. It was the Greek University or High School of Akto, and NTNU in Norway, and our university FAU in Germany. We found about 20 educators that were collaborating with us, and they were working with about 200 students. So this is already a basis for social research, right? For doing some analysis, showing if the iPEAR approach works, if it works well, if we should further elaborate on it. Next slide. So the main document that we are creating, that is created already, is the compendium of best practices. That's the document where we describe all the case studies that took place. The first thing that we found out when we mapped the educational use was that there are no other case studies, so that we had to create them anew. iPEAR approach was something completely new in 2020 when we started with iPEAR. So we basically analyze our own case studies, and we analyze them, and we have some research on them using the literature that is there. So this is the compendium of best practices. And other outcomes? Alex? Yes, thank you. Yes. So these are the questions that we posed to the students. These are the questions that we posed to the teachers, to the educators collaborating with us. So it was in part A, the general question of what was the learning objective of the course unit. So what course did you use to have iPEAR in it? Was this objective reached with the help of iPEAR? And the questions in the part B are the more concrete ones in the sense of the iPEAR project. Does the iPEAR intervention improve students' motivation, engagement, autonomy, empowerment, and would you use it again? And how could it be improved, which is especially interesting for us working with the iPEAR approach. The survey was much shorter. People could just tag the answer they liked. Did you like the approach of peer learning? Were you more interested in teaching each other and sharing content with your peers? and why. You could answer to the why question, which is an open question. You could write some text. You didn't have to, but lots of people did, which is to our luck. It makes the analysis much more interesting and helpful for us. Did this learning approach make you feel more responsible for your learning, and do you think it would be useful in other courses as well, and why? So these were the questions that we posed to the students. Yes, and the reactions we got from students that answered these why questions are quite diverse, right? They are from very positive to some that are not so positive or that didn't like the approach. There are different types of students, which is interesting because we call it iPEAR, right? Inclusive peer learning with augmented reality. And what we found out is that yes, it is inclusive because everybody uses the same technology, and this helps when people have different backgrounds, cultural, social, whatever, and it makes them learn together. That's the positive side, but some are just technophobes. They don't like it. They don't have a mobile phone that is AR compatible, AR car. So there were some people that had some problems with the iPEAR approach, and this is mirrored in the answers of the students. So something very positive is it was like a game. Teaching was not boring. It's really fascinating being a student and a teacher at the same time, the peer learning approach. Somebody said very interesting. Yeah. Back to this one, very interesting. It would help if the teacher was trained. So yes, it was interesting, but we need another pedagogical approach, right? We need to be better prepared to the task we have with AR in the course. And the third one says, not sure about it. Do we need technology everywhere? So this is rather a technophobian answer, which exists, right? It was a minority, but it is a small group of students that has this opinion. Next. And teacher-students uttered something quite differentiated. They say peer learning offers more advantages than disadvantages, especially for students and advanced pupils. So they are already thinking of pupils they are working with in future. But being students themselves on high school. Combined with a fascinating technology, the approach is suitable in all areas of teaching and learning. And the second one, on the opposite, says the necessary technical equipment remains a major challenge. Once these are given, AR offers great visual and auditory new approaches to learning materials. So we need the right techniques, and we can do it, and it will be fascinating and good. So here you have an illustration showing that the majority of students was really fascinated positively. This is the dark blue on the red side, and the light blue is the quite positive feedback we got from students. So all in all, we got a very positive feedback from students, by the way, from educators as well. So what did educators say? Somebody from graphic design says this augmentation of the material environment with virtual elements and the high degree of interaction had a positive impact on the mobilization of the students, caused them pleasant emotions, resulting them becoming more creative. This was the case especially when the educator was well prepared and introducing students well to the task they have with the iPEAR approach. Then this was a very positive outcome. Next. I won't read that, but this is another very positive reaction from the field of archaeology, what educators say. Alex, the next. And what we will present to you in an extra presentation later on is the MOOC that we organized in the framework of this iPEAR project as well. So we created a MOOC, a massive open online course that everybody could register, which was English language. And it takes 4 weeks, and you could graduate it and get a certificate. And quite some people did that and liked the MOOC, and we will keep this MOOC for some years after the project. So this is a major dissemination outcome of our project, this MOOC, where you learn about the iPEAR approach and you do your own AR experience, your first one. Maybe your first one. Next. Next. Yes, and here you see a small, you don't have to look at it, so, but you had this illustration, it is augmented. So when you download Unit AR, this tool, on your mobile phone, you can augment this illustration. This is the whole idea of iPEAR, that we use low-end technology, basically mobile tools, that you can use for augmenting something and show the augmentation to your pupils, to your teachers. And another basic document that we are creating in iPEAR project is the strategy, a strategic document for educators that shows them how to use the combination of peer learning with augmented reality. And we created a competence framework and an assessment tool as well, where educators can check their competences themselves and see where they have to improve or where they are good already. So this is a whole set of pedagogical tools that educators can use in their work with the iPEAR approach from now on. And it is documented on our website, iPEAR website. You can download it all, it's open access. So thank you very much. That was basically the introduction to our project.
Okay. So, thank you, Ruth, for presenting our project. And I have the pleasure now to hand over to our next presenter. And we will basically now see the so-called intellectual outputs, which means these things that don't worry. You will see basically the end results of our project, and for us it is very nice to be able to present them today, because when you start a project 3 years ago, when you started, it's all these experts and expertise, but it's all bits and strings, and now, after 3 years, we actually can show results. There's something you can, well, I would even say touch, but at least you can read it and hear about it. And as I said, it's my great pleasure now to hand over to George Teratopoulos. You're the wrong, sorry. My Greek is very bad or minor, but I treasure the colleague who is presenting. So George, please, it's your turn about the AR toolkit for educators.
Okay. Alex? Okay. So, I'm George Terzopoulos. I'm from the ITMA lab here in Greece, in the International Hellenic University, which is in Kavala. A part of it is in Kavala. We're going to talk about the AR toolkit for educators, which is a set of tools for creating augmented reality experiences suitable for educators. So the purpose of the toolkit is to provide the necessary tools for educators and students in order to create augmented reality experiences. It also provides some examples and demo cases in order to see some tutorials, basically. Educators can use all this information in the toolkit. It is available on the website in a PDF format. You can download it, you can see the set of tools, and you can start creating your own AR experiences with no need of coding or specific skills. Alex? So, what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is the technology that overlays, displays digital content over the real world. In order to use the AR technology, we mostly use our mobile devices, smartphones or tablets, or the head-mounted displays like HoloLens I have here next to me. Usually, to see an AR experience, the user must download an app on the mobile phone and then through the app to see the experience. But we now have another type of AR, what is called web AR, when the user doesn't have to download anything and see the AR experience through the browser. That's why it's called the web AR. As you know, AR technology is used in many fields, as games, education, military, and other sectors. I'm gonna say some intro information about AR and what are the types of AR that exist. We have three types of augmented reality. We have marker-based AR, markerless, and location-based AR. Alex? So marker-based AR is when you scan an image and something is displayed on top of the image. The digital content that is displayed can be a 2D image, a 3D model, a video, anything. Some examples are augmented books for education or augmented flyers, if you have seen them. We also have markerless AR when, I'm sure we all have seen that, when you don't have to scan anything in order to display the augmentation, but the device scans a surface and displays things on the surface. For example, a chair, furniture, or anything else, like the app of IKEA. We also have location-based AR. When you are in a specific location, you don't have to scan anything, and the content is displayed only when you are in the specific location. For example, here we have an ancient ruin, something, and the digital content is displayed on top of it. And you can see it through the screen of your mobile phone. Since there are many platforms for creating augmented reality experience, we try to categorize them. Most of them have a web authoring part where a user can create the AR experience, can edit, can adjust the content that is displayed when someone else scans something or is in a specific location. Most platforms also have an AR player, which is necessary to be downloaded on the phone in order to see the augmentations. Of course, with web AR, you don't need a specific app. You can do it through the browser. Most platforms also have some sample content, because if you are new to AR, you need some demo content to be there available. Also, the cost is a factor that is very important to us. Some of the platforms are completely free. Some of them allows you to create something for free, and if you want to extend it, you need to pay or to have a subscription. Now, we categorize the platforms based on the capabilities. For example, if there are platforms that you can create marker-based AR, there are platforms that have environmental understanding and you can do markerless AR experiences. And there are platforms that take advantage of the GPS location and present the AR experience based on the location of the user. Some of the platforms we have seen also scan the faces of the users, so can, like Snapchat, and provide some filters, for example. We call that augmented faces. While other platforms have the ability for the creator of the AR experience to build basic scenarios, buttons, to add buttons, and to make more complex experience based on a scenario. So we have the toolkit that is available on the website is in 3 parts. The first part is about creating AR experience that can be viewed through a mobile application. So the creator creates the experience and the user needs to download the app, and through the app can see the AR experience. The first of these applications that are in the toolkit is 3D-Bear, which is a very basic application. A teacher can create a classroom and all of the students can create an AR experience and see the AR experiences of other students as well. The basic feature is that you add some 3D models to your space and record the video, nothing more. And it's suitable for younger ages. We then have AR Media, which is a nice tool, which it has 2 parts. The first is AR Media Studio, and the second is AR Media Player. You need AR Media Player to see what we're seeing in the screen, which is a field, a football stadium on a field. And Alex? As you can see here, we have the AR Media Studio. So as an educator or as an AR experience creator, you can create a 3D environment here, and this environment can be displayed in the real world, overlaid in the real world. The next tool we have on the toolkit is our own tool. The iPEAR Lab has created the AR Tutor application. It's a free application that has a web environment where you create the AR experience and the AR Tutor mobile application in order to to display the, Alex? Okay, this is the app. This is the app, and the next screen is when you have the mobile application scanning an image and displaying the digital content. As you see, we have a 3D vase, an image, a video, all of that when you scan an image. But this must be done in the web platform by the creator in order for the user to see it. Next, we have CoSpaces Edu, which is another platform for creating AR and VR experiences. Here we have virtual tours, stuff like that that can be created, 360 images that can be viewed in VR or AR. For example, we have a dinosaur there in the real world with some text. Now, section 2, we have the web AR platforms, which are platforms that you can create the AR experience, but you don't need to download an application to see it. You just go to a website and the camera opens and you can see there the augmentations, the digital content. The most popular is H5P AR Scavenger. When you open a URL and you will see that augmentations pop up. So the first part is to create the experience, then you send the link to your friends or your colleagues, and then if they scan something, they can see a 3D object or a video or something like that. It's very basic. Web AR doesn't have the same capabilities as the traditional AR because browsers are not yet supporting full the AR part. Another web AR platform is O, when here we have the same functionality as before. So we have a web platform that you design the experience, and then the user opens a URL and see, for example, a 3D bike that it's, and the parts of it, and can interact with them. We also have iPEAR, which is another platform for creating web AR experiences. You can also create an account there. All of the platforms I have mentioned, you can freely create an account and try to build something. They're free at some point. iPEAR also has a designer web application where you go and create the experience, and then the user uses the web link in order to view it. It's the same thing. Onirix is also with the same capability, except Onirix, if you like, gives you the SDK in order to build something from scratch, if you have a developer knowledge of coding. So as you see here, we also have a studio when you build the experience and then view through the mobile phone. Finally, our partner from Norway uses the head-mounted displays and specifically HoloLens tool. The AR glasses are the future, so you don't need to view augmentations through the mobile phone, since this is not very nice. It's better to see the digital augmentations through AR glasses. That's why many companies are now building and creating more cheaper AR glasses. So the section 3 is about HoloLens and some applications that are for HoloLens. We have, for example, 3D viewer, when you can just see 3D models overlaid in the real world. We also have the Mesh app, Microsoft Mesh app, when you can collaborative build a 3D environment. For example, here students can build planetary systems together. We can all see the same thing. 3D graffiti. Holoanatomy, which is a multiplayer application that you can learn about the anatomy of a human body. NeuroLens, which I think we will have a presentation next. So the conclusions are that of the toolkit and the tools that are available, that the AR technology can transform the educational process because students are more motivated to participate in these type of activities, specifically if there are outdoor activities with AR. We conclude that most of the platforms support users because they have demo content and tutorials, and if you try to make an account, you will see it's very easy to create an AR experience and view it. So the purpose of the toolkit is to give you a set of tools, which is up-to-date information until today, in order to create your own AR experiences. That's all from me. If you have any questions, I would be very glad to answer them. No.
Thank you, George. And I would kindly ask you to ask the question, because he really is the expert, and the toolkit is tremendous treasure to look at, because there you get an idea about the technology that is out there at the moment. Obviously, with a project like ours, we have been updating that list all the time, and but it is really worth looking at it. And what I found very useful in working with EHU is that they make the technology understandable. I don't come from a technological background, but I found it easy to read the information and actually to get the incentive to try out augmented reality. So once again, here's the expert. We've got time, so if you have any questions. No, I don't see any questions, so I give a warm for our presenter. Okay. And yeah, and then we just continue with our next presentation. And here I have the great pleasure to introduce my colleague Anastasia Dimitra, who is presenting the actual studies and scenarios, and I'm intrigued to hear from them. Thank you.
Hello, I'm part of the staff at Acto Art and Design College, And I was very happy to participate in this project, this research project, since ACTO is working with peer methods long time ago. So it was something that it was intriguing to see how we can combine technologies, new technologies like AR, with peer learning, which it is a practice for our educational curriculum. So we must divide the periods into pandemic period and post-pandemic period, because the first cases and scenarios were conducted online, since we couldn't be at a physical space. And the second part was some cases that, of course, conducted in the physical classes. I have summarized both, and I will present you one example from the online period and two examples from the post-period research time. Those cases designed by Katerina Deiveki, a colleague, and we will try to present you as detailed as we can the whole procedure. So we used several pedagogical methods, and we have overall successful results according to the aims and objectives of each project target. In project-based case studies, students followed personalized learning plans that are specific to their interest and skills. Each project was designed to be student-centered, of course, in the art and design field, which is our majors. Learning in this model includes multiple content area so that students can see how problem solving can take place. For example, they had to investigate ways to produce an advertisement, a piece of art, or a documentary by using the AR platforms and peer learning. Those we will briefly discuss in a few minutes. As I told you, due the pandemic, we have the online courses. We designed 3 courses. One was to design an installation, and 3D installation. The second was a documentary, and the third was a visit in a museum. Here we will discuss the documentary. The students that took place in this project, having no previous knowledge of the AR media technology, but managed to learn the use of the software in just a couple of hours. In this point, I would like to mention that, of course, the animation students are keen with technology, and of course, they had a better understanding of the whole procedure. So, the topic was to learn about space and to prepare some applications that small students will learn about our solar system and the components of a spacecraft. So the requirements, thank you. The requirements were to create a first-person shooting travel, and we asked students to interact with the space objects. The second was to conduct research on AR platforms. And the third part was artistically and directionally study the interactive storytelling and also the direction of this AR documentary. The objective was become acquainted with the use of AR tools, with interactive educational scenarios, and students acquired skills on AR 3D interactive spaces through the creation of 3D objects and the manipulation of ready-made sounds. The last part, we didn't succeed. The students, they do not have the time to experiment, to put sounds as well in their application. But in other scenarios, we have the sound as well. All this procedure aims to promote brainstorming and critical thinking on students. As a result, this made the lesson more interactive, and students stayed engaged for longer period times. During the session, discussion took place over Microsoft Teams, where tutor and students discussed and brainstormed ideas for experience that is to be developed. Interactive education documentaries watched and commented upon notes issued during classes, as well as relative bibliography mentioned. Following research, when they have a good understanding of the conditions, students and tutor work to find solutions that can be actively implemented to their projects. AR technology and internet access aid students research a lot and aid also the presentation and implementation of the given project. The educational method was based on student investigation, inquiry-based learning method. The main strength of this method is the hands-on work that actually integrated into the educational community. A teaching method that casts a tutor as a supported figure who provides guidance and support for students throughout their learning process rather than a sole authority figure. In this method of instruction, the tutor encourages students to ask questions and consider what they want to know about the world around them, specifically about our solar system. Students then research their question, find information and sources that explain key concepts, and solve problems they may encounter along the way. Results were presented as a self-made AR interactive documentary. Assessment is also tailored to the individual, and especially when concerning the AR platforms that implement personalized learning. Students used their skills based on their progression. As such, as they had the opportunity to move on to the next project phase once they have achieved what they have currently worked on. In that way, students in personalized learning classrooms can progress the work beyond their skills level as they master topic, while students who need additional help can use the time to build into their daily schedules as well. The application providing tutorials to get tutorials to get users going and further support is also available on their YouTube channel, and they provided tutorials which are enough for the beginners to work with those platforms. If we try to assess those platforms, we ask peers to test several AR applications, but after research they conclude to at GigSpace, which is user-friendly. It provided everything required to develop the experience. The app also did not require any programming skills, and it provided ready-to-use 3D models. However, there are a few drawbacks. They provided 3D models. The provided 3D models can sometimes be difficult to work with, and like many AR apps, low lighting environment cannot be easily tracked by the software. Finally, the application is only available for iOS, which makes it a bit difficult to work with for users who do not possess a compatible device. Therefore, we encourage the group to find another similar platform to be available for Android. So for those users, we tested again some apps, and concluding that a similar experience could be developed on an application called AR Media Player that you mentioned before. Similarly to GigSpace, AR Media Player does not require any particular programming skills and has also ready-to-use 3D models alongside importing personal models. An extra feature provided in AR Media is the ability to develop projects directly from a PC. Student self-direction and theme choice in the project was crucial for personalized learning. This means that tutors still had a close collaboration with students and were required to present theories and practices according to each project theme. Students, based on theory and synergies, reviewed the assessment data and discussed it with their tutors to make any necessary changes to their learning and creative plans. They also needed to have a basic comfort level with technology to go on with this project. Inquiry-based learning falls under the student-centered approach, as we said before, in that students play an active role and participatory role in their own learning. However, tutor facilitation is also an important key to the process. In this environment, tutor asks high-level questions and make research suggestions about the process rather than the content. Everyone learns differently, and understanding the different way that humans learn, we understand that it is crucial to the educational success. Tutors and students alike can greatly benefit from understanding how learning works for different students, but understanding how learning happens, education can maximize all the effort and create classrooms where learner can thrive. During the first part, the user is able to interact with various parts of the space bus, exploring and learning about them. The second part presents to the users our solar system, and the user is able to explore the sun and the planets by tapping either or progress the story in a linear fashion, as you see the small arrow there. I think it's interesting to see these two documentaries. Let me go to... those two examples are made by Jig Space. You see the students, since they were online, they tested on their place, on their terrace. As I told you, we didn't succeed to put sound, but I think in the next research we can work on that. And I want also to mention again that this documentary addressed to small children, who study in the elementary school. So it could be and should be very simple. And the next one is the spaceship components. The peers use the same area. The students use their own technical equipment since the experiment conducted online. And with this approach, students develop skills, became empowered, and gain confidence by demonstrating their own talents. So overall, we think it was quite successful, the whole case. I will continue with the physical classes case studies, which Katerina designed. The program was the graphic design, and Katerina divided the cases into two classes. The first was vector design, and the second was multimedia design. They were very quick, the whole procedure. It was one session, and the students act with a great enthusiasm, as Katerina says. Well, let's see in detail. Students were asked to scan and interact using an AR platform with a printed image incorporating information like text, graphics, and images in order to discover the new course project and how to conduct it. In the second case, students were asked to incorporate AR elements such as sound, text, and 3D objects into product packaging, mock-ups, and they have already, all these, they have already made them, create them digitally, and recreate them in a new image or animation. The aims were to use AR technology and to work together. More specific, in the first case, they should use 3DBear, and the aim was to tell a mixed reality story and create a short advertisement for the product. In the second case, they asked to use Vidignoti AR in order to investigate all the information concerning the new class project. Initially, students asked to install 3DBear on their mobile phones, and after, the tutor explained to them how it works. Peers experimented with the platform by playing in the class, and they said they were very happy and surprised to involved in such an activity. In addition, they asked to scan a QR code with their mobile phones so that they could link to the AR content of a printed image which Katerina had created in advance in Vidignoti AR in order to discover altogether its embedded informations. Now, let's see in detail those activities. In this context, the students were asked to tell a new story using 3DBear, as I said before, incorporated with all these elements like sound, text, and 3D objects into 2D graphics, digital designs, in order to recreate them into 3D animation images. Here it's better to show the video. Here the sound works very well, but it's not very easy to hear now, this moment. So I think from the videos we can see the fun that the students have had during those activities. If we'd like to say a few things about the platforms that students used, Vidignoti is an easy-to-use platform that provides a comprehensive set of tools for creating, developing, and managing augmented reality content. 3DBear is also easy to use with a large collection of 3D models, sounds, and other tools. Both platforms immediately activated by the students and helped them to develop their creativity. The experience became exciting it would be an advantage if students somehow had the possibility to import their own creations into the platform. The first group, students, brainstorm and design a digital composition on the computer, and then they inserted AR content into it. In the second group, students use product packaging mock-ups that, as I said, they had already created in the course to integrate AR content into it with the aim of creating a short advertisement for the projects. The iPEAR perspective enhanced collaboration, creativity, and students' satisfaction. The fast exchange of feedback and efficient communication was the key mechanism that triggered enthusiasm and effective experimentation in the class. And lastly, but equally important, students felt empowered to work with their peers, got organized, managed their time and resources, and evaluated their assessments in due course. The objectives were achieved since the combined AR and peer learning approach worked. The augmentation of the material environment with VR elements and the high degree of interaction had a positive impact on the students' motivation. It caused them pleasant feelings, and as a result, they became more creative. With the iPEAR approach, students gained confidence in demonstrating their talents, developed skills, they are more organized, and they are more capable to plan learning activities. In the future, we look forward to further research peer learning and AR as a pedagogy, since they provide an increase in interest. The lessons becomes more attractive, more effective acquisition of knowledge. Thank you. I'm ready to ask any question, me and Katerina as well.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well deserved. This is for George as well, who missed out because of my moderation. So thank you very much. Does anyone have questions on this very interesting presentation? I think it showed that learning with AR can be fun, and that the excuse me, the students truly enjoyed the experience. So, any questions? I saw a microphone going around. No? Okay, you save it all for later this afternoon, I guess. Okay. So, then it is my pleasure to once again hand over to my colleague, Ruth Marlestrek, for introducing the sorry, we changed the plan. So I hand over to, are you sure? Yeah.
I think it's Sisi. Sisi is our former postgraduate student.
Exactly.
And she was very happy to be part of this project. So the floor is yours.
Excuse me, because we had a change of plan, but I'm very happy to give you the chance now to tell us more about the use of augmented reality in your studies. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I am very happy to be part of this conference. My name is Sisi Barakari. I am an electrical and computer engineer and a digital designer. And I will present you a concept of a course that was designed during the processes of the iPEAR program, as well as a case study which took place in order to gain a better understanding of the impact of the designed course. As it is known, peer learning was designed to enable learners to become active learners and includes these 4 stages. Transformative learning is a theoretical approach of education aiming at a more efficient learning process which helps trainees to reconsider their views and way of thinking. Aesthetic experience concerns processes related to seeing, perceiving, understanding, and appreciating a work of art, as well as the pleasure and satisfaction that accompany these processes. Before I continue, I would like to show you this book, the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Jazz, which refers to jazz music, sorting the artists in alphabetical order, rather than chronological order as it is used to. Reading this book, I realized how creative it is to approach a subject from various starting points. And, sorry? The previous. And that is what aesthetic experience offers to the transformative learning method. The artworks that are used as starting points and can facilitate thinking in a special way related to the function of the right hemisphere of the brain. Next. A number of approaches for the utilization of aesthetic experience within the framework of transformative learning has been developed, starting from Paul Freire's educational method, in which words and subsequently sketches were utilized. But if we try to summarize all these approaches, we can discover that the key point is the examination of a selected topic and subtopics through the observation of selected artworks related to a subject, critical questions, and conversation about the examined subject. And here you can see a sketch of Francisco Bernard that Paul Freire uses for the examination of the subtopic work of the topic culture. Next. Finally, augmented reality as a medium offers the ability of interaction and engagement through experiences that would not be possible exclusively through the real world or virtual reality, and as a result has a significant positive effect on motivation to learn. Next. So, the question that arose is whether augmented reality as a medium could be utilized in transformative learning process through aesthetic experience as a supporting tool in creating a more attractive course which will offer possibilities for exploration and discovery to trainees and promote peer learning. The idea was to design an AR experience about a specific topic, which participants will carry out at the beginning of the course, and which will be followed by an interactive talk conducted by the tutor. During the interactive talk, a debate of analyzing the artworks begins, and through it, the analysis of the main topic takes place as well. So during this course, the participants can try the same AR experience share their knowledge, learn by each other, check what they have learned, and finally become active peer learners. Next. So, in order to design the course, firstly we selected the main topic, which was ecology and especially forest fires. The subtopics, for example, causes and impacts of forest fires, climate change, etc. Then we formulated critical questions, such as who is responsible for burning forests, how much does forest burning concern us, and finally we select a number of works of Greek art related to the examined topic. As you can see, a tree and other artworks. According to all the above, we created a marker-based AR experience using next click. Another one. Thank you. Using the platform Vid Director by Vindinotti. We selected this tool as an easy-to-use tool so as teacher can create similar AR experiences. And it is very important that designers can export the created experience as a QR. Next. Especially a poster like a symbol map was created in order to be used as the triggered image. As you can see, the signs of interest in the poster were designed as augmented clickable buttons, which become visible by scanning the whole poster. Next. By clicking each button, the user can see a different work of art and interact with it. Note that symbols were created to be visually linked to the artworks. And finally, the system provides messages and questions in order to help users to think critically. For the interaction, we used tapping effects, buttons, and the division of some images which gradually become visible during the experience. Sorry, there is a video. Okay, thank you. Next. And finally, a plan of the interactive talk followed, was designed with information about the artwork, the artist, forest fires, and related questions. So, the case study concerns the implementation of the concept of this course to a group of students in order to gain a better understanding of the impact of the course to the participants. The study took place during a pandemic and entirely online. The participants were 20 undergraduate students, 9 men, 11 women, of different and randomly selected fields of studies, And the only criterion of the selection of the participants was their voluntary willingness. The goals were to draw conclusions in 3 levels related to the development of critical thinking and transformation of views and perceptions of the participants, the AR experience and its contribution to the conversation followed, as well as the assimilation of the offered information related to the works of art as well as to the subjects discussed. Towards this direction, 3 types of questionnaires were used, and especially questionnaire A with 4-point scale questions at the beginning and the end of the whole course, questionnaire B with mixed type questions after the AR experience, and questionnaire C with closed type knowledge question with a unique correct answer at the end of the course. Next. So, the overall procedure took place as follows. Regarding the evaluation of the AR experience, 95% of the participants characterized the experience as easy to use, 90% as attractive, and 80% as creative, rating 4 points in 4-point scale. After the completion of the experience, all the participants were able to describe the examined topic, and 85% of them formulated the critical questions successfully. Previous, click, thank you. And as far as assimilation of the offer information is concerned, 70% of the participants gave right answers to all knowledge questions related to the works of art, as well as to the examined topic. And finally, a click, but most important, the answers on questionnaire A, given at the beginning and at the end of the course, that showed that after the procedure, the participants in the majority of questions gave scores that corresponded to a higher percentage of reality. For example, as you can see in the question, who is to blame for fires, participants rated 3.7 for the bad arsonist before, and 2.5 after the AR experience, realizing that a large percentage of fires are due to human negligence and not arson. So, the results of this case study showed positive acceptance and response related to the expected goals. Although this is only a first evaluation and the results could not be generalized, the concept seems to be very promising. The experience designed is indicative, and it is obvious that it can be enriched with more graphics, 3D objects, and sound effects. And another idea is instead of the symbol map, a real object placed in the classroom, like a cube, a sphere, could be utilized, offering more possibilities for exploration and discovery to the participants. Despite the fact that the participants were selected as a convenient sample, it is self-evident that the concept would be applied to different contexts and levels of education, and especially in primary and secondary education, with the appropriate modifications and adaptations. And in this case, teachers could be trained to design and create their own AR experiences and apply them to the classroom. Next step is a pilot implementation of the concept of the course, which could be useful to draw conclusions from both the students and the teachers. So thank you for your attention. Special thanks to Professor Anastasia Dimitra for the cooperation and support, and wish good luck to the rest of the conference.
So thank you very much for this presentation, and it's promising to hear more about your studies during the next couple of years. So we'll be intrigued, and thank you, Dimitra, for bringing your student here today. So, as I said beforehand, now I have the great pleasure once again to hand over to my colleague from the Friedrich-Alexander-Universität Erlangen-Nürnberg, who is now presenting an introduction to the case studies that took place at our university. Ruth.
Thank you. After we heard so interesting and detailed information about the case studies at ACTO, I will just shortly introduce you to the case studies that took place at our university at Erlangen-Nürnberg. We had 4 courses, 6 educators cooperating with us, and the interesting thing about the case studies at FAU is that it is the most different courses, right? The most different subjects, which shows that AR can be used in the most different fields of knowledge. It was Christian archaeology, which means a special field of archaeology, media science, teacher students, and sports students. That's what I shortly want to introduce you to now. So our first case is Christian archaeology, a very special subject that we have in Erlangen, elaborating on the archaeological traces of Christianity. So the course that was using iPEAR approach here was just an introduction into Christian archaeology, and students with 9 participants had to learn about the catacombs in the Roman Empire used by Christians. So they used a treasure hunt with ready-made AR and 3D objects, and went through this treasure hunt, which was a lot of preparation for the educator in this case. This was too quick. Previous, please. Yes, but this was the method used. I have to say that we, from the side of the project, let the educator complete freedom if they use ready-made AR, if educators produce some AR and let students work with it, or if educators delegate the work of augmentation to their students for some pedagogical goal. So Christian archaeology used this ready-made AR and created a treasure hunt of it, which was really fun for the students to play. This was something that took place before Christmas. It was an extra assignment included into the course. The second case was media science. The special thing about that is that 2 educators from different subjects merged their course. One educator was from media science, one from pedagogical department, and they collected a group of students. It was about 20 students, and students were introduced basically to different media theories, and afterwards they had to actively work with those theories. They had to choose one theory for themselves, to study it, and create an e-learning module that is dealing with this media theory. So quite a complex task for the students. Every group of students, it was always groups that were creating such a e-learning module, could choose their theory and could choose their visual, etc. Methods to do this course. And one group was dealing with AR. It was this group had 5 participants, and they used the method, the theory of Marshall McLuhan, a very famous media theory. But Marshall McLuhan is quite an old man. I guess he died already, so he wasn't connected to immersive technologies at all, right? The computational age was after him. So this group of students used AR, and they kind of took the theory of Marshall McLuhan and used it for AR, right? McLuhan worked with television a lot. His theory is based on, research on television. And the students took his theory and created some AR, and this was included into their e-learning module. This was basically what was taking place in this course. And case study 3, it's only 4, you're soon released. Case study 3 was work with teacher students. This course had about 15 participants. And the whole semester, students got to know different technological methods to work with. It was about technology-enhanced teaching for teacher students that after their studies would work with pupils in different school types. And their task was, in this unit, using AR, to think about how AR and the iPEAR approach could sensefully included into their work with pupils in future. And different ideas were collected in this course. In the middle you always see how content they were. So dark blue is again very content, and light blue is quite content. Some were red, answered the survey in red, so this was unsatisfactory for them, but it is always the minority, as you can see. So our 4th and last case study at FAU in Erlangen was sports students. This again was ready-made AR. Students were asked to work with an AR app that the educator chose beforehand. And their task was to try out these techniques that the AR app was showing to them. So it was an alternative to just a video, right? They didn't just look a video, having some information on the right basketball playing techniques, but it was an AR. And they were working in groups of 2 or 3 people and trying out these techniques and giving each other feedback on these basketball training techniques. And most of the students here liked the experiment a lot and thought that it is helpful. So this is basically what we had on FAU. In some later point of this conference, you will learn about the 3rd universities having some case studies on high-end AR, as we call it, which means to work with the lenses. But in FAU, we used low-end AR. Students were working with their mobile phones or tablets. They were free to use, to choose. It was basically the bring your own device method. I will skip the citations. We had some beforehand. Thank you for your...
So, are there any questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
And I'm going to provoke the discussion here. While we did these cases at ACTO, first stage, we discovered that there have been some difficulties dealing with some students that they didn't have a smart device. Happened they didn't have smartphone. And I had a feeling that they would feel isolated. or even feeling embarrassed by the facts. So I'm wondering, I probably know the answer, but probably it's good to hear. How could we deal with this matter? I think, Lisa, you are the one to answer.
Yes.
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for airing this concern. First of all, I have to... Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think it's really, really interesting that you... If you need to help somebody, do help them. We learn personally, how I learn is that I have been connected with these people. These people help me to learn more about collaboration, about feedback, about constructive feedback, and also about new technologies. Ekaterina and Mikhail at the Intel lab saw me a lot of immersive technologies that made learning memorable, creative, scalable. So I really thank all those people for sharing their knowledge. And I would like you people in Greece and in every class to use technology inclusively and share and learn. Alex, are you happy with that?
I am.
Okay, any questions?
I think I can add a small comment. You can solve the problem that not everybody has a device by providing devices, training the staff. So governments could spend more money for technology for students. So that could be a good solution as well.
Yeah, yeah. It's not about technology, it's about people.
I think I want to add that I'm very happy that in Germany at the moment there is funding, especially in schools, for devices, and we are very happy that this has sunk in, so maybe I can forward that. I have to be closer, okay. So maybe I can forward that idea, but also if you don't have the devices, as my colleague says, with the sharing, I mean, if you work in groups, you don't, not everybody needs this one mobile phone or this one tablet notebook, whatever, but you can sit around and share. And it actually worked, what we've seen even through the pandemic, we are now all used to work online and to share within online groups and groups who are taking place in face-to-face sessions. So I do copy what Chris says, that it is about the mind thinking differently. And at academia, there's also the tendency now to have these open educational resources, so people share their knowledge. And obviously, we have a lot of young students here today, and this is our message to continue with this development. And if you get into the spirit, you will learn so much. And actually, we have the same experience. We are sort of experts in our fields from different countries, but it's always a pleasure to meet each other, preferably face-to-face now after 3 years, but we learn through the different cultures and also learn how other people use the technology. Even there it is different, and so it's all about this well, often cited phrase of lifelong learning, but I think all of us here today share the same vision, that we want to learn and we want to teach, but we want to teach by facilitate and empower our students. So I'm very happy to see a bigger crowd here than this morning, and I can give you some outlook for the afternoon, because we will then hear our experts from the Norwegian University, and they will show us some up-screen devices, namely the HoloLens and their research. So it will be quite interesting to see the different perspective and learn from different university, and we are looking forward to that. And I have to I have the pleasure to give you some space to discuss before we offer a lunch. But we still need we have the time, have a few minutes to ask the experts, so please feel free. If you have any questions, we are here for you. And I was just told that I forgot to mention our colleague in the afternoon who will present some initial results from his project. So here he is, Fortis. I'm very sorry, and we look forward very much, of course, to hearing your talk. And a special thanks for joining our conference. So the experts are here. It's your turn, and I have a question. Thank you very much. That is.
If I may add on that, we have come important to the organizers.
Also, the organization organizes exhibition, and it works parallel to 10 different countries. So for the students that are here, maybe afterwards, after the ending of the conference today, maybe it will be a nice opportunity to visit the park. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and we look forward to seeing it. Thank you. Any questions, comments from the students and participants from the other side of the room? No? Yeah.
Just a small suggestion. I know that from our descriptions of case studies, a lot of gaps are left for your questions to ask.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Then, as there are no questions, maybe your questions come over lunch and the break. And we are very happy to welcome you back at 1 o'clock here. Thank you very much.
Hello again. Welcome back. So it's on. So we continue the session. In the previous session, we saw some low-end augmented reality solutions in education. Now we will see some more high-end examples of the use of augmented reality in education. We will start with a keynote presentation from Ekaterina regarding peer learning of anatomy with AR. And we will continue with the XR for ED project. We will see some initial results there from that project from Mr. Liarokapis. And then with Michael from NTNU, we will have a workshop on Mirage XR or a presentation. So, Ekaterina, the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, George. Very happy to be here. So, I'm going to talk about peer learning of anatomy with AR. And before I start, I just would like to introduce myself. So as you can see here, it's possible to have lots of fun with immersive technologies while doing what we are doing. So I have a great job. So as you can see, I have lots of fun both with AR and VR as an intelligent amoeba, as a growing mushroom, or shooting zombies in our lab. And very shortly about our lab, the lab I'm leading, that is called IMTEL, Innovative Immersive Technologies for Learning and Immersive Technologies. It's both VR and AR, where we experiment, we develop different VR and AR labs to support learning and training in different subjects, everything from mathematics, career guidance, climate, history, and of course medicine. We do research in cross-disciplinary teams. We teach several courses from bachelor to master level, and also continuous education courses. As we also do teach teachers of our university on how to integrate immersive tech in their teaching. And we are very passionate about dissemination. We receive several international delegations, schools, industrial partners. So I would like any of you, if you ever are in Trondheim, Norway, we don't have that much sunshine as you have here. We don't have that great food you are here, but we have lots of exciting VR and AR technology in our lab. So please come and visit us. First, I am going to talk very briefly about pedagogies for AR in education. My colleagues already discussed the basics of peer learning pedagogy and gave a great introduction. So shortly, there are three major theoretical frameworks, and here the paper where you can read more about that. So first, there are mental models and spatial cognition framework that focus on cognitive aspects of how learners process mental models, and 3D visualization is how learners can understand complex concepts. Another framework is situation cognition framework that helps learners to put the mental models and those 3 visualizations into the right context, and also cultural context, such as in the lab or hospital. And finally, there is a social constructivist learning framework that focuses on collaboration. And all of these aspects are present and in peer learning pedagogy. And now I'm going to talk about why we should use AR for teaching anatomy, starting from these frameworks. So first, advanced 3D visualizations of anatomy and physiological processes can support understanding of these complex processes. It could reduce cognitive load of the learners because, as you can see in the following videos, they see it for them it's easier to grasp of these complex structures of our anatomy when working with 3D models. Also, there are some aspects that are simply not visible or available for students when they do traditional practice. Well, what anatomy students normally do? They do dissection on cadavers, on dead bodies of animals or humans. And this is kind of how anatomy students learn since ancient times. But when they do that, they can see how blood is flowing because they're cadavers, they're not living creatures. They can see how the lymphatic system works. So they can see all these dynamic physiological processes. But they can see it on in AR visualizations. Well, also there is, to learn in traditional way, you actually need to have access to cadavers, to dead bodies, and it's not always you have enough of them. To overcome these limitations of the physical world, it could be handy to have holograms of cadavers, of specimens, of the different organs. Well, and when students work with these models, it often helps them to learn better if this is place situated in an environment that is well known to them. For example, in a lab where they normally do dissections, in a hospital, and where they can combine it with the tools they already use, such as mannequins. When we combine the traditional, the well-known spaces and AR, then we can ease the learning process for the students in many ways. Also, students when working in hospitals and labs, when doing something active while working in a lab, we promote active student-centered learning as opposed to just reading textbooks. And this can increase engagement and motivation, and indeed many studies of using AR in education, anatomic, and other have shown that this approach promotes student engagement and motivation. Last but not least, the use of immersive technologies and AR provide the possibility for collaborative and distant learning, and this was especially relevant during such situations as the recent COVID pandemic. And the app that I'm going to tell you about later was inspired by the need for teachers to teach anatomy remotely where students didn't have access to the labs where they normally do their dissections. So all of these aspects are important when we design AR for teaching anatomy. Though at the same time we shouldn't be we shouldn't think of completely substituting traditional educational forms with AR. There are several studies of learning effects, so there are some examples here, and some meta-studies. So the results are a bit ambiguous. One thing, there is not enough of very high quality studies with lots of informants, and especially not where peer learning is involved. So there is it's not many studies where you have very clear, statistically significant effect. In many cases you can see increased motivation, and in some cases you see increased learning effect, in some not. So there is still a lot of ambiguity in the literature. And also there are individual differences. For example, visual learners would benefit more from this approach than other types of learners, and also, of course, technological challenges. So basically, at the moment, it's most efficient to use AR as a supplement to traditional anatomy education. So according to this video, there are 3 major ways of using AR for anatomy education. So typically on the mannequins, so you see again situated learning, all the AR models are in the lab. And of course you can use traditional like low-cost apps on your cell phone. There are several apps available where you can scan an image and then get some visualizations and work on them. So, but in this talk we are going to focus mostly on high-end aspects. So one of the most known applications for studying anatomy for HoloLens, it's one major AR headset at the moment, is a holoanatomy. Students can work in groups with this app. And they can see all the aspects dynamically, something they can see in cadavers, all these blood flows.
And for medical students who don't have that much time, it's very important to be efficient about their learning. We've done over a dozen trials that have shown positive student outcomes. Students are learning faster, and it looks like they'll be able to retain the knowledge better. When I'm doing my third-year clinical rotations, it's been really helpful for me just because I can visualize it how I did in a HoloLens, and it sticks in our brain. We're taking this to the next level and adding animation and technology. We're currently working on one first so that more students can benefit. We also need that every school teaches anatomy and what they're doing. So we need to make tools that allow you to customize and augment.
I wonder if the sound works for streaming or... Okay. Yeah, so holoanatomy concerns all anatomic regions. There's another example that focuses on the brain, maybe our most important organ. It's from our colleagues at the University of British Columbia, with whom we hope to collaborate later on developing our own Neverlands app, and they focus primarily on the brain structures. So Claudia Krebs actually visited our lab in November. So again, you see the principle of looking, using 3D visualizations to see, to understand complex relationships. You can select what regions to show. The spatial aspect is very important to allow learners to see different structures from different angles and how they hang together. So you can see that students here, they do peer learning, they collaborate wearing HoloLenses, but as far as I know, this lab also uses kind of some ways of streaming of these visualizations to cell phone devices so that also those who don't have access to high-end headsets can follow the education on cell phones. And one of the things that was very important, so you can see in, they used MRI images to create their models. So this is very important because doctors use MRI and CT images a lot of their work, and it's very important that medical students also can make connections between models, 3D models, and the images that they're going to use in their clinical practice. And here is an example, but also collaborative example of collaborative high-end AR for anatomy peer learning, where the focus is exactly on MRI and CT images. So there's a paper here where you can read more about this project. So you see there's direct correspondence between the anatomical visualization and the images. So this is this app has a single single user mode, but also a collaborative mode. So I'm just going to jump directly to the collaborative mode to see. So in this case, it's possible for several users who are located physically in the same room to work on the same model. So all users see the same thing, the same model, the same CT images. And they do their dissection. You see, they see the dissection, and there is a correspondence between. Okay, I think we go further. So you see the principle. So now we have shown several examples of HoloLens for anatomical visualizations, but it's not the only device, high-end device that is possible. So here is an example of where we can use the so-called light field displays and other similar technologies for holographic visualizations where we don't need actual headsets, but they're also rather costly. There's no sound on this video. So it's kind of a display that you can hold and maybe walk around and see from different angles and manipulate the visualization there. And basically the principle is you have several images that are combined together like kind of like a pie, and so that you can see it from different angles. And now, when I've been showing you different examples from other researchers, I'm going to move towards our own projects. And in these projects, we also have been using other kind of high-end technology, not just HoloLens, though we use HoloLens a lot, but also something that is called Magic Leap. So here's an earlier project where our students have developed a training tool for neurosurgeons at our local hospital, St. Olaf's Hospital, who are performing a procedure called sphenoblock. Do many of people here suffer from migraines? Yeah. So there is a procedure for that if you really suffer from migraines and no medicine helps. So they, our neurosurgeons have invented this procedure. They have this special gun where they inject botulinum toxin, like the one you use for wrinkles. They inject this botulinum toxin into a nerve node called sphenopalatine ganglion. I finally learned this word. And so they actually, they neutralize this node. So it's the node that's causing the pain, and when they inject the toxin into it, you don't have the pain anymore. And they use this kind of special gun. But to learn how exactly they do the injection, what angle they use, they normally use a mannequin made of rubber. But our students made an additional solution where on the top of the mannequin they have the visualization of the region, the skull and the nerve, so that they can train how exactly they can do the injection, the angle, and also get some feedbacks. So in this case, in this earlier version, the surgeon is using HoloLens, but in a later version, this person, this neuroscientist, is using Magic Leap. So it's a bit different type of glasses. It looks like this, and instead of doing gestures, there's a controller that in this case is attached to the gun that they use for injection. So you can see now how it works. This is a real patient who suffers from migraine, and then now you see how they normally do the injection with this special gun they have invented. So the researchers behind this project, they actually want that not just neurosurgeons, but even GPs, family doctors, should be able to perform this procedure. So their vision was to make this procedure so simple that everybody can do it. So then to do that, we need to develop some tools that could help doctors to perform this procedure, or at least to introduce this procedure to doctors, but also to patients and their relatives, so they understand what will happen to them when they come to the appointment. So you see here the hologram of the region of the skull is superimposed on the rubber mannequin that is normally used for this training by using a special QR code. So we have had some issues with the alignment that is typical for that kind of projects. So here you see that the neuroscientists try to reach that red thing, which is the node with the needle. And if he gets some feedback from the system if he's doing it right or wrong. Okay, so now he did the injection, and you see different layers of anatomy around the region as well. Another interesting example with Magic Leap is, and especially in peer learning using Magic Leap, is something that happened during the pandemic, and where two of our students, they were sitting in their dorms. They're not allowed to come to campus, and they both got the exemplar of Magic Leap, which was very expensive. During the pandemic, we had to strip our lab of equipment and give it away to students. And here it's an example of how they together build a visualization of COVID molecule by using AR. This is one of the students. This floating thing, it's another student who's sitting in another dorm, so they're not allowed to meet physically, obviously. many of the examples I've shown, it's where learners are collocated in the same room. This is an example of remote collaboration. Learners are in different rooms, but they still do peer learning with AR. Okay, I'm going to do it. So you said that they're doing some existing building stones and put together collaboratively COVID molecule. This is the principle of how you can do peer learning with AR remotely. They're in the same virtual room, but they're physically apart. Can just move it a bit further to the end. So they not only can work on a model, they can also write. So look what this other student who is not in the same room but who is sitting somewhere else, what he is writing with AR in a shared virtual space. COVID-19. So so then we are moving now to the app that we have created that with the support of this project, Neverlands, that we believe combine several features that are necessary for anatomical education, where you can really use all the advantages of AR technology, visualization of complex structures, collaboration in both collocated and distributed and remote, and also availability across a variety of tools. So this is a tool, Neverlands is a tool for neuroscience and medical education, which focuses on the structural organization of the rodent brain, rat brain. You might think, why rat brain? It's not human, but actually the brain, the principle of the brain anatomy is the same for all mammals. So if you know how it looks like in one mammal, you understand how it looks with the rest. And the researchers who wanted us to do that for them, with whom we collaborated, is the Nobel Prize winning research group of at our university, Kavli Institute for System Neuroscience. They won Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2014 for their research on position and system of the brain. And they do a lot of research with rats. They have a lot of lab rats. They use a lot of dissections and research on the rat brains, and they use it extensively in student education. And sometimes they don't have enough rat brains physical to do all these studies. So they would like to have a virtual rat brain to be used for dissection. Plus, pandemic came and students were not allowed to come freely to the lab as they used before. They needed a solution where a teacher could, for example, perform dissection, and the students could follow this process remotely. That's why we used a freely available model of the rat brain, so-called Waxholm Space Rat Brain Atlas. And through several master projects and some development work, we have created this app that went through several stages of development. So here are some pictures. Again, it supports peer learning, both collocated and remote. You can be in the same room, in the same lab, but you also can be at home or at university. You can be all different places, and there are different mechanisms to support collaboration in these different modes. So it's developed technically with Unity and Photon. It now exists in several versions for HoloLens too, but also for Android and iPhone. So if you go, whatever phone model you have, if you go to your Google Play or for App Store and search for Neverlands, you can find this app. You can download it for free. You can try to work with it both individually or collaboratively with your students. And here you see how this app looks. So this is this brain, where you can, for example, perform different educational activities such as dissection. Those bubbles, those yellow bubbles, they're actually other users. So you have one user who is collocated, and these other users could be either in the same room or somewhere else. And you see there's all the small eyes as well. You can also, and their names are floating here. And they can also kind of point at a different part of the app. And so everybody sees the same model, everybody can manipulate the same model. And you can see what other people are doing. So there are several features such as quizzes and possibility to ask questions to each other and show different parts of the brain and do dissections. Again, here you see it could be used simultaneously on both HMD like HoloLens and smartphones. So you see here, this is a professor from the Nobel Prize winning group, Menno Witter. So here's one of the students is working on the brain model using a cell phone. And here another student is working with exactly the same model using HoloLens. So they all manipulate the same brain. Independently where they are. So here, here's some examples of how this app looks, both from a user wearing a HoloLens on the left and a user using a cell phone on the, HoloLens on the left and a cell phone on the right. So you compare, in both apps you have those information panels where you can get information about different regions of the brain. So brain is the same, model is the same. So you can manipulate it, you could place it different places in your working area. You can take different regions of the brain from each other, rotate it. Get information about different parts. Here is to the right, they're doing dissection. You're just moving this yellow ball there, doing dissection in different planes. So you see the interface is pretty similar, but of course, I mean, your interaction mode is a bit different. So in HoloLens, you're basically doing gestures with your hands. In cell phones, you are just gliding your finger on the cell phone display. Okay, we can stop it here, and we can move. So there have been several. We have worked with this app for several years with several master projects, and also with several tests, user tests with our target audience, and one of the goals gradually was to improve user interface. So this is kind of one of the later iteration of the apps. So here you see you can choose between individual self-study mode and you can collaborative mode. So you can do it just by yourself for self-study. You can do it together with peers for peer learning. Just jump a bit forward here. And one of the issues you can, well, one of the features you have, you can do some different quizzes. One of the recent additions. To get a question, you need to choose the right part of the brain. Here you can also do and discuss, pose questions to fellow students, in this way practice peer learning. Obviously, it's a bit easier to do this discussion mode on cell phones because it's then just text, like you normally do. So several tools to support peer learning being added to this. In this catalog, you can choose what parts of the brain to show and what to hide. You can show the all the brain parts you want to show, to focus the student's attention on a particular part, or to test their knowledge. And later you can do like dissections you have seen in other examples. And you could do also self-study. So we have done several rounds of trial of the HoloLens app. This is the example of neuroscience master students. It was during the pandemic, hence the masks. And you see, they are, in this case, they are collocated, so they are all seeing the same model, and you see how the girl is pointing at, and they see on the screens like a bit what they're seeing there. And so the session is guided by the teacher. So the idea is behind NeuroLens in general that one or two persons, typically a teacher, maybe a student, who have HoloLenses, they wear HoloLenses and lead the lessons, and all the rest join with their cell phones, because obviously we can't have 10 or 20 HoloLenses available. They're pretty expensive. So this is kind of a combination of high-end and low-end devices. And in parallel with HoloLens, with the focus on brain, we started to implement other anatomic regions. This is pelvis lens, where the focus is on the pelvis region, with actually the same, with similar user interface and similar principle. And here's an interesting example where we have tested remote collaboration. So again, in most existing examples, of AR for anatomical education, students work in collocated fashion. They're all in the same lab, they're using devices, and they're all working on the same model. Remote or distributed model is more difficult to implement, but here we managed to do that. So here we have 4 medical students, 2 in the city of Trondheim, Norway, 1 in Bergen, Norway, and 1 in Belgium, in Ghent in Belgium. They're all wearing HoloLenses, and they are working both on the brain model and on the pelvis model. And they are doing peer learning, they're tutoring each other, so one of the students is leading an essay and explains the anatomy of the region to the other students. So you can see a bit how it works. So here are 2 students in Trondheim. You see they're looking at some pelvis models, and here you see what students in Bergen and Ghent are connected, so we kind of, they all can talk directly. But we also connected on Zoom to kind of coordinate the whole process. I'll just play this video again. Unfortunately, this feature that enables talking, it was something that we had to buy, and it was very expensive, so we don't have it anymore, but we are working to implement it ourselves, so we don't have to pay for it. So just, we're still working on summarizing all the evaluation results, but basically the qualitative data suggests that students have a positive experiences. They had improvements in anatomical knowledge in pre and post knowledge test. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough students to do a control group. So students were able to tutor and learn from each other in both collocated and distant modes. We tried different combinations. And students were basically enthusiastic about using the tool as a supplement to their regular learning activities. Actually, one of the students, after trying Neverlands, wrote to the professor and said, "Oh, this is such a great experience. We would really like to use this in our classes." And in some of the feedbacks, students told that they could learn about 3-dimensional placement of structures in the brain and how the structures are placed relatively to each other. So it really helped them to understand these spatial aspects of the brain, and that they learned more about the anatomy of the brain and could kind of picking it apart and interacting with that. Something it's hard to do otherwise. Even when you do dissection, it's hard to kind of do it as freely as with Neverlands. Of course, there is still a lot of work to do, so that is something we plan to do for the remaining month of the project, is actually to try to extend and improve Neverlands, add also, hopefully we can add also human brain to the app, and to add some maybe other anatomical regions. We still work on connectivity issues to kind of we try to re-implement the voice communication so that distributed mode will again be available. And for collocated mode, it's important to create better anchoring of 3D models. So for example, if students are in a lab, so that for them all the model is lying, for example, on the table. Because sometimes we had that for one person the model is somewhere there, and for some is over there, so it's kind of not in the same place in the room. That complicates collaboration. And also working on user interface. User interface user friendliness is extremely important, because most anatomical students, they are not very, don't have much experience with computer science, and maybe they play some games, but they are kind of, it takes some time for them to understand how to use AR. One of our latest master students has worked on AI to improve gesture recognition, or HoloLens uses gestures. And also, again, we hope to add some additional anatomical regions. And kind of the future directions for Neverlands are actually the same as the future directions for anatomy peer learning with AR in general. So it's important to be able to support different modes of peer learning depending on the concrete learning situation. Sometimes it's enough that all students can be physically present, and then collocated mode is your choice of learning experience, but then there are some specific affordances that are needed to be implemented for that mode, so that, again, the models are anchored in the room so that students have awareness of where their workspace is. For remote collaboration, it's some other affordances. Then it's not important where the model is because they're in different rooms anyway, but then it's important that they can actually communicate efficiently, they have some voice support. Of course, it's possible to supplement AR learning with, for example, Zoom, but it wouldn't be the same. Also, accessibility is important, so not everybody can pay 3,000–4,000 euros for HoloLens. And then it's important that the applications also exist in affordable variants as an apps, and ideally that apps are available directly for download in different app stores. But it is additional effort that is required for developers to get them approved for app stores. And again, user-friendliness, interface design is extremely important. One of the major bottlenecks for educators when they adopt immersive learning and technology such as AR for their teaching is the availability of good content. And so there should be, I mean, we have a lot of anatomical models freely available, but they are of varying quality, and especially for in anatomy and in medical education, it's really important to be able to relay these models to the diagnostic method that future doctors are going to use, and this is CT and MRI scans and ultrasound scans. So this is important that this contact is somehow related to these diagnostic methods. So again, for designing individual learning, peer learning, which is co-located remote, it's important to pay attention to kind of how do you design your content. So content that is suitable for individual learning might not be automatically suitable for peer learning, and vice versa. So for example, you need to think if you need some activities that require collaboration from students, for example, asking questions, challenges to each other, doing quizzes, because otherwise, as some studies show, that students might just kind of continue working individually if you don't have specific mechanisms for encouraging them work with peers that makes peer learning more interesting than working individually. So basically, again, I could talk about this for a long time, but my time is up. So this is kind of what I wanted to say today about anatomy peer learning with AR, and specifically about our app HoloLens, NeuroLens. I encourage you to go to your cell phones and download the app and try it yourself. So, σας ευχαριστώ για τη προσοχή. I hope I pronounced it right. Yeah, so again, please, if you're ever in Trondheim, please visit our lab, and this is our website, link to our website is in my email address. It's our Facebook page. We also have a Twitter that I don't use much. But please contact us if you want to collaborate, if you have any more questions.
Thank you, Katerina. So if you have any questions, because I have a lot. No one? Katerina, congratulations on your work. So I see you combine the high-end devices like HoloLens with, but you also have the mobile app, the NeuroLens. I tried NeuroLens on my mobile. So as I see, the collaboration is only available on the HoloLens part?
No, it's available on both. So you can have one user on HoloLens or two users in HoloLens.
Together.
You can have several users with cell phones, and they all see each other, they all collaborate. So it's across different platforms.
Okay, and the same model, because you mentioned some technical issues. Can you explain about that, about the sensors? Is it only on the mobile application, or the technical issues on collaboration for all the students to see the same thing? Because I think it's very important in when you have anatomy.
Well, I mean, the model is synchronized, so I mean, you see if one student kind of takes a part out, so all students take the same part out. But until now, the app you have downloaded, it doesn't support kind of anchoring. So it's something that our most recent master student have been working, so it didn't kind of, it's not integrated in the app that is available. So he was working on kind of, so in collocated mode, the model was placed more or less kind of the same on the table for all students, because otherwise it was like this. It was a bit confusing. Also, you can also ask Mikhail, because he was the one who kind of been doing technical coordination of the app development, so
I see that you're using Photon as
yes,
an,
we had
because
lots of trouble with Photon, and
yeah, we know.
we were thinking about what else can we use, but at the moment it's
Yeah,
kind of hard to find.
it's the best for multiplayer games. It's used for multiplayer games, so it's best for collaboration, and it's free.
Yes,
so
we
it's
have this kind of voice issues. We used to have we kind of paid for 2 months for this to enable the voice on HoloLens. It was pretty expensive because we did just for the trials, and then we kind of stopped paying, and then it disappeared. So now we don't have voice in the distributed mode. And also we try to collaborate with the people from University of British Columbia. But they're in Canada, they're in different Photon regions. So if we collaborate with them, our kind of ideal now would be students from Norway and students from Canada working together doing peer learning. Because of the different Photon regions, and the delay would be so great that it would make collaboration very boring. It would take a lot of time to wait for responses from.
okay. So a final question: the whole app can be used in different mechanics or in other. You have the
well, yes,
because you have built the whole infrastructure for supporting this.
Well, yes, but I mean the way it is. I mean you have the different brain parts. So, but if you can kind of substitute with other parts, so. But well, I suppose so. But maybe Mikhail would be able to answer this question a bit better than me.
You need to repeat the question.
So is it possible you have done all of this great work, but it is only used for medical purposes, for example, for anatomy, but it can be used for other mechanics, engineering, for.
All right. So what you're saying is that we developed an application for a single person, for a single purpose. Yeah, that's correct. This is how it works. So all the interaction, synchronization, collaboration, quizzes, all the other features could be used on a different model, for example. That would just to make the application basically a bit more complex. But we want to keep it, this particular application, simple enough so that it comes with a package of content, right? So we are thinking of extending the content into a few more neurological models, like a human brain or some other neurosystems. But when we discussed, for example, to add other anatomical models like shoulders or skeleton or something else, they would require other pedagogical approaches and other information, other features. Basically, that would complicate complicate the application a bit too much. So that was the reason to just limit to the neuro topic of the application.
I can add that even when we try to add the pelvis, so the amount of separate parts were different, and they were put together in different ways. So, and now our anatomists are talking about shoulder model, and then it's just kind of one solid model with no moving parts, or kind of or very few. So again, maybe they're moving differently than the brain parts. So maybe they're kind of doing like this, and they're different. They're all anatomy. They're different affordances and different structural aspects that not kind of automatically are suitable for just. It requires extra work to insert several other models.
Okay, I'm covered. So, if we let's give it an applause. So, moving on, we have Mr. Liarokapis to present us some initial results from the XR4ED project.
Okay, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation. My name is Fotis Liarokapis. I come from Greece, but I live in Cyprus for the past 3 years, and I'm the project coordinator of a European project called XR4ED, which I'm going to present you today. So we are not a very big consortium. We have 11 partners. You can see the distribution on the map on the top. And we have a budget close to 8 million euros. This is an innovation action project. So I'm going to describe and explain why there is such a big budget for 11 partners in the consortium. First of all, I would like to take you through the main objectives of the proposal, of the project. The main concept is to create a platform. So we want to design, create, and maintain an on-demand platform which is going to be used for the EdTech community in the European Union. And we're going to address issues for privacy, ethics, and inclusiveness. Now, in terms of the implementation, we have 3 different sets of objectives because this is an innovation action. For those of you who don't know what's an innovation action, so I'm going to go through the objectives and try to explain some of the things in more detail. So we have only one scientific objective, which is to enhance the XR technologies for education. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to take existing work, which is TRL4, to TRL7. I have been working in VR since 1998 and AR since 1999. This is one of the latest work I have been doing at my previous position in Czech Republic. And this is student work. So what you can see on the left-hand side is a video of a student trying to create an application in augmented reality using marker-based approach, as it was discussed before, to teach other colleague students a difficult subject in computer graphics. And this is Bezier curves. So in that case, I followed an activity learning approach. I used that in the past a lot. On the right-hand side, you can see another student trying to use, again, augmented reality to teach other colleague students the principles of lighting, which is another topic of computer graphics. So my assignment was very simple. I asked the students, you can do whatever you like in the context of computer graphics. So you have to use augmented reality to teach your colleague students difficult concepts in computer graphics. I have done a lot of work. I'm not going to show any other videos from my previous work on that matter, but the idea here is that we want the students to follow an activity-led based approach. Okay, I'll move on to the other 2 types of objectives. We have technological objectives. So we have 2 objectives. Basically here we have to implement this platform, which I'm going to explain in the next few slides. And also a very hot topic in the XR community is to formulate privacy and ethics standards for this community. As I said, it's very hot. We don't know how to approach it, not us, the whole scientific community yet properly. So this is a very important issue. And the last thing is the business objective, because this is an innovation action. So basically, we want to have a platform that's going to be used not only by the consortium, but from other people, educators, learners, but also developers. So this the idea is we're going to have some sort of, as I will show you later on, some sort of an e-shop, which we call marketplace. Now, in terms of the concepts, we have several things we want to develop, but 3 of the most important things is, 1, what you saw in the past is very interesting and very nice polished applications in AR. What is usually missing from these AR applications is the feeling of having virtual humans. So we focus a lot on this proposal on avatars. Avatars is a digital representation of a human. The other thing we want to do, and we want to build our own tool, is we want to make, I know there are tools and was presented today, some different authoring tools. We want to have an authoring tool for the educator, and he or she can create scenarios according to his or her needs. And finally is the platform, which is going to be a web-based platform where either the people from the consortium can create the applications, but also external people will be able to use it and create their own applications. So this is the overall methodology of the project. I'm going to describe the FSTP thing later on. But as you can see, we have the marketplace, and we decided on basically 2 days ago, we finalized we're going to make the marketplace in XR. So it's not going to be like the typical online shops or marketplaces that you see nowadays. We're going to have an XR representation for the marketplace. So it's going to be in XR. And then it's going to be the platform, which is going to cover both VR, AR, and MR solutions. And then different components, which are illustrated on the left-hand side. And finally, we have the FSTP calls. The marketplace is quite interesting because we don't only want us to create content or solutions, but we want external people to be able to add their either the products or their assets into their marketplace. And this is very important because we're going to have different types of licensing. We're going to have free licensing for specific assets or applications, but also other assets are going to have either pay-as-you-go or a different type of licensing scheme. The last thing about the project, which I believe it's interesting for everybody here, but also for the people who watch us on YouTube, we're going to have financial support for third parties. In essence, out of the 7.6 million euros that we receive, 4.6 million are going to be given to third parties. We're going to have about 20 projects funded. Each project is going to be external projects, so external people, companies, SMEs, universities, businesses can apply. The project is up to 230,000 euros per project. We're going to have 2 different calls. We have 6 thematic pillars. So this is one restriction. You cannot apply to whatever you like. So we have virtual field trips, content creation and exploitation, awareness for climate change and biodiversity challenges, training of young professionals, distance and blended learning, and accessibility and inclusion. And the first call is basically focused for SMEs or universities who want to create content. Applications. The second is about the content. So based on the platform that we're going to create in the next few months, SMEs and universities can apply in order to create tools which are going to be based on our platform. And everything has to be based on open standards. The second thing is going to be an open call for another 10 projects, 2.3 million euros, where we're going to ask for educators or, again, SMEs to create either content or scenarios, which is going to be, again, used towards the platform. Okay, this is what I briefly mentioned, and we're going to have about 20 projects. So now I'm going to show you some very preliminary results. We started in January 2023, so tomorrow it's going to be end of 5 months. So one of the 3 areas that we have been working a lot is in privacy, ethics, and inclusiveness requirements. So we want to explore different issues about societal consequences and ethical safeguarding, data protection, and so on. So what we are doing at the moment, I have to submit a deliverable tonight. It's the deadline. It's the first part of the user requirements. We have a second part in August. So we've done 2 questionnaires in order to collect user requirements from students on one hand, which are above 18, and for experts, educators, business professionals. The survey is still online, so if anybody wants to complete it, either you can get a photo from here, you can email me, and I can send you the information. So we're collecting information. We based our questionnaire on existing validated questionnaire, so we didn't create our own questionnaire. So we did our own survey, and we found out 5 different validated methodologies, and we did a combination of all of them. We put a lot of effort on avatars, as I mentioned, and we have a partner from Spain, from UPC, which is focusing the research in particular on avatars. And there are a lot of issues when you go into communicate with intelligent agents or with visual representations of humans. It's very different to have a collaborative application, and one is using, let's say, a mobile phone, the other person is using HoloLens or something else. So we need here to see the importance of user representation, how you can animate humans, and a lot of questions are unsolved at the moment, like what is presence, or how we can have high level of presence and embodiment. I'll show you only one video from my colleague. It's on the next slide. As you can see, there are a lot of technological challenges we have to face. For example, what's the best visual representation? We see, probably you see, or you play games. In some games, you have the cartoonist representation of a human. In other game or application in VR, you might see, they might try to have a more realistic representation of humans. And there are a lot of other things like animation fidelity. It's quite hard to have a very realistic animation of humans even now, although things are improving. And a lot of other issues which are mentioned on this slide, software issues, authoring tools, and so on. So this is one of the videos from our partner in UPC, where they're trying to see high embodiment. You can see the video is quite self-descriptive, but you can see a person holding one of the major tools, hardware tools for virtual reality. And they're trying to have inverse kinematics. They are applying inverse kinematics in order to have some high level of embodiment. So embodiment means that you feel that the virtual representation that's supposed to be representing your body is yours. This is embodiment. And it's not so trivial as you might think. There are loads of studies happening. Of course, there are a lot of other issues that are not examined here, like people have to hold some controllers. We saw before on the HoloLens we had gestures, which is probably more realistic, more intuitive to use. But virtual reality, even nowadays, slowly is moving to hand recognition. And controllers are still the most appropriate tool for interaction. So if I can, yeah, okay. So this was the first study. The second study, which is related to my previous work, is about animation. We want to have the avatars to have realistic representation, but also realistic behavior. You should play. Okay, I think this is not playing. Yeah, now it's playing. As I said, this is based on previous work, but remember from the beginning I said we're trying to move things from TRL 4, so this is TRL 4, which is going to be moved on TRL 7 by the end of the project. So what you see on the left-hand side is the commercial solution, and what you see on the right-hand side is our solution that was developed a few years ago. And we want to focus on providing more realistic emotions. And in this particular case, we're dealing with eye gaze and head movement. You saw in the previous video from my colleague in UPC, this was not taken into account. This is not the only thing that people are working and we want to work on. You're going to see at the end how this works together, but again, the video is self-descriptive. It makes a huge difference if you see a person in VR or AR looking at you, at your eyes. If you see the blue ball here is basically the person, it's you. And in VR or AR, the person is staring at you as you're moving around this virtual person. And also the head is moving as well. This is not the only thing that is important. Other things which are important is body language in general, other emotions. So by having something very realistic here, you can see we have developed also a tool where we can change some basic emotions in order to make the application of XR more realistic. So everything is developed in Unity, and we're building now on top of this work, trying to incorporate this sort of emotions in VR, AR, and MR. The other thing which is missing is, this is quite nice, but sound and voice is quite interesting. So we have developed again. The speakers are not very good, but we want to have the virtual humans to talk. So we developed our own technique based on some lip synchronization. So the idea is that when there is a predefined text, in this case it's a predefined text, so the person is trying to spell the word movie, is doing the animation of the lips correctly. Of course, there are commercial solutions by Hollywood, which are cost millions of euros, and they're doing pretty good job. This is a very cheap solution, and it's our own solution, but it's also free. Okay, it's going to move on. So we want to incorporate the lip synchronization, eye gaze, and head orientation, along with other body movement. For example, I have a very nice friend and colleague at Cyprus who's Italian. He's more expressive than other people, let's say, in Cyprus, because of the difference in the origin. Okay, see, this is the tool. So you're going to see this was done by my group before I start this project. Okay, so what have we done up to now? We have two solutions. We have a heavy solution. We're using Magic Leap. It was shown before in the previous presentation. It's the headset for augmented reality, one of the two good headsets, HoloLens and Magic Leap. And also we have a light version, which I have on my mobile phone. It's a light version. So the idea is to use what I showed you the past two videos to have an intelligent assistant in augmented reality, where you can talk to him. In that case, it's a male person. We also have a female avatar. And the person can respond to you. And because we had a problem of creating a predefined, we didn't want to create predefined sentences, we use what more or less everybody is talking about. We're using ChatGPT. So what we are doing is you can speak to the augmented reality human representation with your voice. If the software understands your accent, it's going to convert that to text. It's going to get into ChatGPT. It's going to get the answer in real time and respond to you using lip syncing in real time. So I'm going to show you a video of that, which was done 2 days ago. So this is from LipMotion. Now we have two different avatars. We have a female and a male avatar. This is in our lab in Cyprus. First of all, you can see the user can position the intelligent agent anywhere in the room he or she wants. So they're asking a question. You see a ball or something like that. It's not a ball, it's a polygon. This is real time. So this is pure augmented reality. But then we decided, let's move into MR or XR. So we have some panorama images, and now we can move into different locations in Nicosia. And it's down to the teacher to change panoramas. Of course, we're still in the lab, but we can transport into different places in Nicosia. Of course, I can do it for any place in the world. If we have a panorama, or if I have a 360 video, we can just blend the environment and move into a pure mixed reality environment. Okay, so more or less that was it from me. Some advertisement. We have our own conference, flagship conference. It's happening in October in Barcelona. It's nice, Barcelona, if you want to go. We have still open the call for papers, and we have 2 special issues. It's a mixture of both technical and applied research. And finally, we are organizing next year in Cyprus the big conference in computer graphics, Eurographics. And myself and the director of the center are going to be the general chairs. So that was it from me. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you for this. Any questions? Okay.
Hi, thanks for a very interesting talk. So first I want to comment, so the second technology objective of your project coincides precisely with the major objective of our XR for Human project, as I mentioned to you before. And second, about the calls. So is it so that the first call is only for businesses and not for universities?
No, no, no. The call is for both businesses and universities. The first call is about creating tools. So it's about software tools which are going to be incorporated into our platform.
But the tools, can university labs apply for this call or just businesses? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So all can apply?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any dates on the calls? Is it this year, the next year of the project?
First of all, we have to build a platform. We haven't started building the platform yet. It starts on month 8, if I remember correctly. We started developing some components, as I showed you. I believe the first call is going to be month 18, so in about a year. And the second call, month 22, 23, if I remember correctly, but I can double check and we can communicate if you can check the website as well, but I don't remember the dates, you know.
Very interesting in the calls, as you understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Deadline.
And another question about the avatars.
Yes.
Do you see in the future that we all close the mic? It's okay. We all gonna have a digital representation of ourselves? Because there are many virtual worlds right now, and when I log in each different of them, I have a different avatar. It's not the same. But I see companies, there is one company that you can use the avatar in some of the platforms and to be the same. So do you see this happening? We will all have the same profile avatar in every metaverse? Or
I don't think we're going to have the same profile in every. We're going to have our personalized avatar. That's my personal opinion. You might disagree. Which is, let's say, it's going to be used in some social media. And then for privacy and other issues, we're going to have, let's say, a fake one, or many fake ones. But what I see happening for sure, very soon, is we're going to have cheap technology and fast technology to make personalized avatars. So the latest technology is moving very fast. Even it's almost 2 years now where with an iPhone, there's a depth camera, and by scanning your face in 30 seconds, you can get a rough representation of your face, which is pretty good. And we're talking about an iPhone 2-3 years ago.
Yes, but if you want the digital avatar to be like you, because on the internet we sometimes want to be someone else.
Of course, yes, of course. If you want.
Okay.
I will continue with another question about the characters. You had, in your example, 2 characters at the same time in the scene. Do they listen to the user at the same time and respond one by one? How do you manage which avatar will answer which question or things like that?
It's a good question. Now we're experimenting. What you saw is not published yet. It's under review, and now it's random. So one person randomly answers first, and the other one follows up. We are going to change that in the future, probably depending on your eye gaze. So if you are looking to some person, you don't expect an avatar which you don't look at to start talking to you. It could be, depending on what you want to examine. But at the moment, it's random, yes. But we're still experimenting. There are so many things changing from putting one avatar, second avatar. Everything changes. And imagine if you have a crowd of people.
Another question, do you envision the avatars talking to each other?
Yes. We are working on that, yes.
So you basically have AI talking to the other AI, and the user is just a third party in the...
Yes, we are working on that. I have no video for that, yes, but we have some prototypes there, yes. So the idea is you go to a crowd, like you go to a conference, let's say, people are talking to each other, you go and interrupt, you step into the conversation, and then you start talking to another avatar which is controlled by a human, and then you talk to another avatar which is controlled by AI.
So in the future you don't know who you're talking to, if it is a...
Probably, yes.
Okay. This is a peer learning with avatars.
And the other thing which is important, I saw that before I come to Athens, is content is also created using AI tools. So one of the problems in AR, XR in education is how to have content. But nowadays, a lot of people are creating content using AI tools. So even the content you're going to be looking is going to be AI generated, not just the avatars.
Okay. Who are your testing persons?
At the moment, my students. But no. In the future, we're going to have pilot testing. We're collecting the user requirements, and we're going to have testings in several types of education institutions, from colleges, universities for sure. We want to do schools as well. We need to get permission from the ministry in order to get to the schools. It's not so easy. So that's why in the user requirements that we're collecting at the moment, we're collecting only information from students who are above 18 years of age. In the future, as soon as we get the permission, we can go and test it to schools.
It's another question, because you were, I was reading about call for blended learning. Is that at a later stage? Yeah, so please think of us, because this is one of our specialties.
Okay,
Someday.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's interesting, right? Some countries allow citizens to vote from 16, but they cannot use a digital application until they are 18, or you cannot ask them any questions about their educational experience. Amazing.
Yeah, there are also problems. We have Eurogames, which is a German company doing games as partner, and they were saying also they don't think it's very politically correct to try out headsets in young children. So I don't remember the age, but he was saying it's safe above 15 or 14 years of age. So we're going to avoid going to anybody below 15 or 14 for these purposes. The headsets are not designed for very young people.
Yeah, the same applies for virtual spaces like metaverse.
Yeah.
Some of the spaces like spatial is above 16 to
Above
use it.
16,
So you cannot go to school and demonstrate this.
Yes.
Although it's nothing, it's a virtual world that can be displayed on a laptop, not even with glasses, but you cannot do this in school because it's above 16.
I totally agree, yeah. So probably we're going to go on this
go up.
age, 15, 16 and above.
Okay. So nothing else. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Fotis. Again.
Hello. I think we're ready. At least I am ready. So get ready too. All right. I was afraid that there are too many people to run a workshop, but I think we are a small group now, so we can make it practical if you want. So I replanned it to make demonstrations and a short presentation, but I will do it quickly. And if you want to try any of the equipment and the other application, so we can do it. And for those who are watching on stream, for you it will still be a demonstration and a presentation. So I'm presenting Mirage XR, which is an open source augmented reality editing and playing platform. Open source does not really mean it's completely free, but it's free to use it both as a creator and as a learner. The only thing that is up to you is where you're going to store your content. If you're developing something for your own students, then you might need to set up your own cloud storage for your content. That could cost some money. Otherwise, the app is a free tool. Okay? And there were many examples this morning of different augmented reality editing environments and authoring tools and applications. And they all really position themselves that they are very easy, very simple. And I'm afraid, so I'm going to present you something that is not easy and simple, that is very complex, but at the same time very powerful. All right? So let me give you a few bits of information about the concept behind Mirage XR. We use reality as a platform. That is a powerful 3-4 words that basically means that we use the physical world as the vehicle to deliver content, experience, and learning. What does it mean, reality as a platform? That means that instead of putting and placing and delivering your learning and training through a classroom where you need to have a teacher and students and chairs and desks, or a website or a tool like Zoom where people need to have a device, log in, or a website where you can show some videos, we can use the physical space, whatever the physical space it is. So we can deliver educational experience through physical spaces. So I can design an educational experience for this room, and we can deliver it in this room. So the only thing you will need is the physical space, which is this room. You can design an experience for a classroom, which could be a generic classroom, and it would work in any classroom that has 4 walls, floor, and some chairs, for example, and windows. You can design an experience for for your classroom, and it will work specifically in your classroom, and you can point to different places, to the posters on the walls, to the doors and screens and anything. So that's the concept. There are different buzzwords that have been used to describe something like this, and they're here on the screen, but I tried to explain what we mean as reality as a platform. So this is an illustration of the editing environment of Mirage XR. Again, you are looking now at a flat picture. Imagine this is an augmented reality space. You have a human, an alive human in the center with a little circle around on the image. And you have some user interface elements around you, so you can manipulate information, you can manipulate objects, and in contrast to most of the other tools that you have seen as demonstrations, they use a web page where you create something, you program the application. So if you see that image, visualize that model over the image. In Mirage XR, you take the model and you place it manually, literally on where you want it to be. So you build your content while you are in the physical space. All right? The other interesting feature in Mirage XR that is unique and that doesn't exist in any other augmented reality application is what we call the ghost. This is a feature that allows an instructor to record him or herself, meaning body movement and voice, and then that could be reproduced by students, so you don't really need to edit anything, you don't need to animate anything, you don't need to create characters, you don't need AI to generate some speech. You can just record yourself, give an instruction. So if I am recording myself now in Mirage XR standing here talking to you, it will automatically create an avatar who will be standing here walking like this, and it should be later possible to see this avatar exactly in this place, exactly in this room, who will be repeating this talk. No, it will generate an avatar which will be in the same place where I'm standing. So I will demonstrate how that works. So basically this, if you look at the illustration for a moment, this was done so that an instructor can explain an industrial procedure to a trainee, and they could follow step by step through the ghost feature, right? So for the trainee, for the learner, it would look like a human instructor is given instruction about something that needs to be done in a physical space, but the instructor, the live instructor, is no longer there. You only see a semi-transparent, like a Star Wars hologram of the instructor, right? Okay. And I will say a couple of words about the application. So this is a cross-platform application, meaning that it works both on smart glasses and on tablets. This is a little screenshot of our help pages that describe some key concepts. So it points to different interface elements, but what I wanted to say is mostly that we use a term AR activities for the little projects that you can create with the app. So when you are editing, where you are a teacher, you edit something for your students and you save it as an activity. It's a file that you can store on your device, or you can upload it into cloud, and then you can assign it for your students to experience, to learn, to open and play. Okay, we call this an activity. And when you open an application, you see a stream of activities that are available on your server. So if you don't have your own server for the content, which I mentioned before, you would be seeing some test activities that whoever uses the app, the free server that we have, the public server, upload it and put on display there. And the second concept that I wanted to mention here is that each activity is structured by steps. So we really use the procedural learning approach in the app. So you can, if you have a very simple activity, you can just create a single step activity and that everything will happen in one sequential item. Or you can create multiple steps and the learners will be able to go from step to step, and you can have some control of, okay, when you are done on step 1, you feel that you can proceed, you can click a button and go to the next step, and then next and next. And you can create one activity on step 1, another activity on step 2, and so on. All right? I think that's all the theoretical information I have, and I can just go to some demonstrations, and then afterwards, any of you wants to try, can try it yourself, right? So I've prepared a demonstration on a tablet and on a HoloLens, and now we'll start with the HoloLens. Let's see, I will be giving a preview from the HoloLens. So I'm streaming what I'm seeing here into my laptop, and from laptop and goes to that screen, so there might be some delay, okay? And I will hope it will work at all, so let's see. While it's loading, how many of you tried to use HoloLens? This one, these glasses? Not many. Not many. I know that some might be, but okay. The preview is not loading, so let's see if I can reload the page. I can tell you a few words what it is. So what I wear now on my head is a full-featured computer. So it's a computer, right? It has Microsoft Windows installed. So how many of you use the computer with the Windows? Everyone, okay? So you know what a computer with the Windows is. So that's another computer with the Windows. The biggest difference from the computer, like you use a laptop, is that it doesn't have a keyboard and a mouse. So different type of interaction. It doesn't have a normal flat screen. Instead of that, it has two projectors that show me the image directly into my eyes. All right? And the other difference is that HoloLens has a lot of sensors that look outside. You see some little circly things there in the middle, on the sides. Basically, it senses the environment, the physical shape of the environment around me. And it knows, okay, now I have the preview, all right. It knows everything I'm looking at. Okay, then that stopped again. I'll try to make it a low quality preview, so I think it's too much for the internet network here. But I will, okay, here is a preview again. Okay. So basically what it does, so you also see the preview with maybe 2-3 seconds delay. I hope it will still work. And you see a very low resolution of my image. So my image here is very high resolution. So I have a menu. You see here, it looks at everything around me. It looks at my hands. And when I'm clicking buttons, it knows where my finger is, like over here. So I can click this button, I can scroll, I can interact with like normal. Instead of physical keyboards, I have like a digital keyboard. And I want to start an application, and I think as soon as I start it, the preview will stop for a moment, and I can restart it again. So what I want to demonstrate, I want to start Mirage XR, and I want to create a very simple activity, and I want to play it for you so that you have a feeling of what kind of learning experience you can create for your students with this platform. Okay, I will restart the preview in a second after the app loaded. It's still loading. And it also will talk to me. I don't know if you will hear or not, so it welcomes me because I logged in. All right, so let's try one more time to start the preview. Okay, now I have a message that the live preview stalled due to low bandwidth. Okay, now it's working again. Let's see, for how long? For 1 second. We should be able to do it. Let me try one more time. I hope it will work at least for some time. No, now it works. Okay, so look, I see it's normal for AR. Then I have, you see how it looks at my hand? It sees my hand very precisely. If I move my fingers, it will also follow. I can interact with the UI elements. So this is my main menu, list of activities, and I don't want it here. I can move it a little bit over there, for example. And I will lock it again. So the most important thing I wanted to do is to create a new activity with you, something simple, to just show you what you can do, a possibility. All right, so it gives me now this menu with the multiple steps that I can create, which I also don't need. Maybe we will limit it to a single step. And then here again is my step spawning location, where all the content that I will add to step 1 for my learning will appear so that I can drag them to the correct place. So these white tiles are all the different types of content that you can create. So what I want one little augmentation that is called action, and I want a specific action that is called location, and I will put it so it appears here, my little location point. I will take it and I will put it over there, like over here on the floor. And this, I'm marking just a space. So if I move over here, it's still there, okay? So in between 2 chairs, right? So I can go here and I will look at it and it's still like between these 2 chairs, right? This white handles around, they're only in the edit mode. The students will only see this location marker. So I want that place to be marked, okay, for pedagogical reason. Now I want another augmentation that I will call the ghost. And this is what I presented to you, capturing the instructor, so creating a virtual instructor. And will be, so you can select a male avatar or female. I will prefer to be male today, but you can choose something else. So I will start recording and I will be playing a role. So I'll make it like a 1-minute recording and you will see what kind of learning experience I'm recording. Hopefully the preview will last for this 1 minute. Hello class, my name is Mikael and we will learn about prepositions today. First, please find the red location marker on the floor in the classroom and make sure that you are standing there. Okay? Now, I can even point to you, it's somewhere over here. So this is where you will need to be standing while watching this, this lesson. Okay? So we are learning about prepositions and directions. Now I will be positioning myself over here and I'm standing to the left from you. Okay? I am now moving in front of a big table and moving to the other side, and I'm standing now to the right from you. And now I'm going through you and I'm standing behind you. Okay? And I can even wave you from behind like this. And this is our lesson.
Stop recording ghost track.
All right. So I can give you a short preview of how that looks. You will probably not hear very well my voice recording, but you will see my body movements. So here is a little preview. Okay, where's my instructor? Hello class, my name is Mikael. We will learn about prepositions today. First, please find the red location marker on the floor in the classroom and make sure that you're standing there. Okay? I'm saying find the red location marker and make sure you're standing there. Ah, it's pointing over there. Ah, this is where I need to be standing. This lesson. Okay? So we are learning about prepositions and directions. Now I will be positioning myself. I'm saying I'm positioning myself over here. I'm standing to the left. Okay, this is left. All right. He's moving in front of the big table on the other side. And my avatar is on the right. It went through me. And it's there behind. Basically, I can move anywhere. It will be standing there all the time. Oops. All right, so I didn't do much. That was the recording. I can watch it from any side, and it's fixed to this physical location, to this room. If I have another room that is like that, or if it's a generic classroom where I can say all the children, students, learners on that side, I will be in front of you. I can move it to a different classroom. But for now, there is this corridor that was important because the instructor was moving through it, and it's basically over here. As I finished, it's still standing there. All right. So that's the basic principle. Okay, that was the super short demonstration on HoloLens. If somebody wants to try it later, you can try building something by yourself or watching again the same thing. And I can do another demonstration now on an iPad, which is a bit more simple. Oh, yes. Okay, now let's see. You should see, yes, you do see the... Now I start the application on a tablet. It's more simple. You see the face of the human who is demonstrating. That's another advantage. But you need to hold the device. So both of your hands, or at least one of your hand, is busy holding the device. Now I also need to hold the microphone, but let's see, I will try to manage. So I will go back home. Let's see what is on my home screen. It takes some time. That's the internet. I hope that's an internet. Or will, yeah. So, again, here you see a stream of somebody who publicly uploaded some activities, which is mostly demonstrations and random things. The real content is on servers that belong to organizations or projects that use the platform. And our public server is for this test content that I will also just create a new one. So I clicked on the plus button, and now I have an empty activity. You see it created a step number 1 for me here. It has a regular interface, but also on the left-hand side, you see all the floor is covered with white dots. So that means the iPad found the floor, the surface, and here it found also the table. It couldn't really understand the shape of these chairs, but it sees that there is something there. All right, so the HoloLens is doing this much better. So that's the biggest difference for your experience building content on HoloLens. It really sees the shape, so we can place digital objects really precisely on a table like this. But when you're working on a tablet or on a smartphone, you can work with large surfaces like walls, floor, or this big table, but really not more precisely than that. Okay, let's see what I can do. You still see the same task representation here. So I have action step 1 here, and also this is the same action step in my physical environment, so I can move it somewhere and can leave it over here, for example. So it will stay in that part of the room. And I can click edit, and I can add some content here. And for this demonstration, let's do something else. I can add a 3D model. And I uploaded something from before, so I have a chair here. So it just appeared over here. See a little chair. And I feel it's a little too little. So okay, I can make it a bit bigger. So I have a big chair like this. And I want to position it somewhere between these chairs, for example. So over here will be my chair. You see there? It's almost a correct size. All right? So I move here, the chair stays there, doesn't need any marker, so the application just sees the floor, can position content, and it's a typical markerless augmented reality. I can add more content. I can also add a ghost. So let's continue exploring the concept of prepositions and directions. And I select a female avatar this time. Okay, so hello, everyone. I am moving around the chair, if you can see. Okay, I'm moving backwards from the chair, and now I'm moving towards the chair. Now I'm on top of the chair, looking at it, and now I'm looking under the chair. Okay. Let's see, I need to increase the volume to give you a preview how that looks. Where did I start? Do you remember? I will come here just in case. So here's a little preview. Where is my avatar? Over there. Oh, the sound doesn't play. Oh no, the sound doesn't play. Why? I don't know why. Something I didn't share. Okay, my avatar is looking under the chair now, above the chair, going back towards, and so on. So you get the point that it will be moving. So now I'm looking at it as a student, basically. I see a digital chair, and I see an avatar doing all these gestures, looking under it, going above it, and so on. I can double check what's with the sound on this tablet. Give me a second. Off. How do I turn it on? Screen. Microphone off. Does anybody know how to share also the sound from the device when I'm sharing? Screen. But the sound doesn't transmit. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Device has it on. No, it says on. But you still couldn't hear it. Unmute will be my microphone here. It's not what we need.
perhaps it has an option with sound on the bottom.
All right, we do this without sound, and when you try yourself, you can hear the sound. Right? So let's go back to the for a second. So I showed you a model. I showed you the ghost already 2 times. And I will show you one more thing, and then I have 2 devices, and any of you who wants to try can try it. Right? Am I mute again? No, that's the app. 1, 2. Now you can hear me. All right. There are other things here that might be interesting. I can show you a character. So you can add a character. So you have a library of some characters. Let's see. How does it look? So I have a character here. We don't have yet the ChatGPT dialogues, but we have virtual characters, and you can pre-record either sound for them, or you can create dialogues in the same way as the chatbots are on the websites that you see regularly on the bottom right side. So you can create this kind of character, put it anywhere in your instruction, and let them speak with the learners. All right. So let's see what else I want to show you. I can just name every other thing that we have. Okay. Pick and place is a 3D quiz. Basically, what you can do is you can define correct location and create an arrow, and the students, and by some other means, by audio or by text instruction or anything else, you can ask a question. Okay, where is a microphone? And then you define that the correct area is around here, and the arrow will appear in the middle of the table, and the students will need to pick the arrow and drop it on the physical location which you define as a correct location, and that would be like a spatial quiz. Or you can have 3 digital objects, and 2 of them are incorrect and 1 is correct, and then you can again drag and drop an arrow on them. You can just put a regular audio. There are some special effects like smoke and fire and water. And that's it. There is also a character that I already showed you. So these are the types of content. I can go back to activity. See that we have everything we did so far was in step 1. I can also create another step. It will appear as an empty, and I can add the same type of content on the 2nd step, 3rd step, and so on. But that's if you want to try yourself. So that was it for the demonstration. And yeah, I'm here with 2 devices. Anybody wants to try, feel free to come here. Yeah. Otherwise, thank you very much for your attention. The tool is free. If you want to try it at home yourself, the mobile app is in the App Store in Google Play. You can download. If you want a HoloLens version, ask me. I can give you that as well. So yeah, and if you have any questions, please.
Does the avatar do lip syncing like the previous one? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, if you didn't hear, our avatars use only very basic lip syncing without really nothing advanced as Fotis was presenting. But
Michael, you have the iPad Pro version here, or is
yeah, this is an iPad Pro with LiDAR.
So so that's the understanding is better than the.
Slightly better, yeah.
Slightly.
50%.
Compared to HoloLens, you mean?
Comparing HoloLens, slightly better, yeah.
Okay. But we can use all the devices, that's no problem.
You need to have AirCore and AirCore services for Android. But if you have an Android device that was released maybe in the last 3-4 years, it will work 100%. If it's an earlier version, maybe it will not work. But, yeah. Okay, good. Hands on. So this is streaming as well. So now you see the menu in front of you, right? Do you see a button that says tips? You can click on it, and it's probably over here. So you need to stick your finger further until it clicks. Okay.
Certify should be off. This was a setting on the Zoom. Do you want to see the live?
Yeah, maybe I will. Yeah, it is loading there. So I will switch back to there. Let's see. It will give you all the instructions, so you need to try to follow it. You need to use starting the app. So we are just learning how to use gestures and how to use the device itself at the moment.
So, Michael, you have also used VR headsets. Is it as comfortable? HoloLens is more comfortable AR than using VR?
If you want to use VR for AR, HoloLens is much better.
But I see that it's still under 13 years old. Why not? Have you used it for younger students?
No, not really.
No.
No. So you need to point with a laser. Did you, on the previous step, did you click on all the diamonds?
No.
Go back to click left. So just like that. So basically, the device sees your hands, and it.
There's another one.
Yeah. Yeah. All three. Good. And it also understands the distance. If there is something, a digital object 5 meters away from you, you can point at it with a laser.
Yes.
And then you click these two fingers together like this.
Okay. Give me a second because...
You need to make it more distinct like that. Okay? Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
Try another one. You need to point the laser where you want to interact. You all see it with a 3-second delay, guys. And maybe you don't even see it because I'm blocking. It stopped the sharing, but you still see it, so don't worry. It's not your hand, it's telling you what to do, right?
Okay.
The white laser to the right is the one from your hand. And the one that you see pointing at the diamond is a tip, how to do it. Yes, it worked. There will be more challenging tasks for you now. You will be moving holograms. Grab it, move it. No. Yay. You need to release the fingers when you want to drop it.
Okay. Come on. Okay. I leave it.
It needs to be in that circle inside.
I'm trying.
Yeah. I don't know how exciting that is for everybody else.
For me, it is.
You can move a little bit, okay? You can go left, right, and see exactly where the flower is. Maybe it's behind, okay? Maybe it's a bit above.
Can do it. Why not? Κι άλλο. Γιατί αυτός το έξω του.
No, but When you pick it, it will start moving if you actually picked. It doesn't move now. So you are not exactly where the flower is. So you're either behind or in front or to the left or to the right. Now? Okay. Is it moving then? Yes. I don't know. Yes, then moved, and you dropped it in the right place. Okay. It will tell you try again, right? It's not easy? Okay, after half an hour you will be a professional. Okay. It's like the first time you ever used a computer mouse, okay? It wasn't very easy first. The internet connection is only for streaming, so the application doesn't need any internet. So, you want to continue? I don't know if we will get to the point where using Mirage XR. It's just a tips application of the device. Okay, maybe if you want to try, you can try. Yeah, okay. You can take it off. Unscrew on the back first. Don't touch the glass. Touch it on the sides. Yeah. We'll see. Okay. All right. Sorry. So you use 2 fingers to pick it up, to pinch it, hold it, and drop it somewhere else. There is a little text below. If you look a little bit below the flower, you will see something there. Does it help? It's there. The flower is right above the text, and the little red circle is to the right from it. You see a little animation that shows you what you need to do with your hand. It disappears, but the flower is still there. It shows you just how to move it. It's possible that it's a bit further away. You can try to move it left and right and see exactly where the flower is. It's in the same space in the physical world all the time. So if you move closer, maybe it will be easier. So you need to open your 2 fingers. Okay, first, open. Find the flower. If the flower is here, you pinch it like this with the 2 fingers, and then move it. Okay. Okay, but either me or you accidentally did it, so now it teaches you resizing. Okay. There are these little red, white corners that you can pinch and move away. No, you pinch like this. Okay, you don't take the whole cube. You pinch the little part of it. again, you need to close 2 fingers so that the app understands that you hold it, you grab it. No, no, no. You need to interact with the little white thing on the corner of the cube. Okay? Not the cube itself. The little white handle. Yeah, getting smaller. Good.
Flower faces you and opens.
Like you can move together with it, so you can when rotate, you can just go around it. Yeah, like this. And you can release, and then it will remember where you released it. Okay. I don't know if you rotated enough. Maybe it says that you didn't. Try to rotate a little bit, like now you're starting to rotate it. Okay. But basically this teaches you how to interact with things, and any application on HoloLens will use the same interaction, buttons, grabbing objects, dropping in somewhere else. And the same in Mirage XR, we have buttons that you can click with your fingers. You can interact with the objects that are far away with the laser. You can rotate objects, like 3D models. Like if you remember, I repositioned the location marker over there. So I just pinched it and placed it there. Or the chair, I made it a bit bigger, so it's exactly the same as in this TIPS application. I think it waits for you to rotate this flower more. Or shall we do something else already? How are we doing with time? It's okay for you? All right. Good?
Thank you.
You've got experience? Okay. More? Yeah, sure. Questions anytime.
There are some people that find all this very terrifying, and they say that Matrix situation is not far from humanity, or that we will all lose our jobs because of augmented reality and especially AI, ChatGPT situation, stuff like that. What's the answer to these people?
I don't think that there is an answer to these people. You can calm down. Usually this alert mood or state of mind. But augmented reality only works helping a human. Okay, without a human, it doesn't do anything. Okay, so everything that I showed, it only can. Augmentation is basically adding additional stuff, right? So, and you need a human to perceive it. Without a human, it will not do anything. Like artificial intelligence is a different thing. Okay, it can exist without human help. At the moment, they still all the AI is designed to help humans in different aspects. But AR just couldn't do anything without a human. So, it's the opposite. Trend basically. So there, if you think of people are afraid of computerization, robotization, and artificial intelligence, that some of the tasks that humans do today can be done by robots, computers, and artificial intelligence in the future. Augmented reality provides the opposite or alternative path where humans still will do the job, but they will be more efficient because they can have help, right? They don't need to spend time learning things beforehand. They For example, imagine I need to disassemble this screen and replace some part in it, and I've never seen this particular one before, so I don't know where all the cables need to go. What I could do is I can switch on my augmented reality instruction. It will point me to the right ones. I can I only select the procedure I need to do, and it shows me what to do. So any human can do it. No education required, maybe some basic things, how to use the AR device, and then you can do it. So yeah, that's the answer.
Tomorrow. I think the basic problem with AR is if they become more mainstream. For example, you walk in the street with commercial glasses, if they record privacy issues, or if they recognize who is who by their Facebook profile. This is, I think, most danger. What, do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. So it's the same as you would see all the people walking with a phone like this. Okay, it has cameras pointing outwards, and you never know if it's filming or not. In some countries, it's not allowed to film without having a sound that you're filming, or some, or the light indicating that, okay, I'm filming. If you don't want to be in my film, so you can step aside, or the same could apply to augmented reality devices, or any device with a camera or a sensor. So it's I think it's good that with the legislation for mobile phones and cameras, we start now with more simple devices, and the same rules could be later applied to AR. So people are developing also contact lenses. Okay, so today AR glasses are like this. Okay, 10 years ago I would need also a backpack on the back of me, all right, so that it works. When lots of sensors and antennas around me, and I would really look like in a 60s or 70s cyberpunk movie, right? Today it's like this. Imagine in 10 years there will be a contact lens. You put it and you see the same thing. You can interact with things, and you will have all the functions you have today on the phone. Plus, you don't need a phone. You can just say, okay, call my mom, and it will call. Right? And it's a little thing in your eye. Or if you don't want contact lenses, you can have regular glasses of this size. They will be 10 grams heavier than what you have today. Okay, so that's it. Instead of the decoration, you put camera sensors. That's it. Yeah, there is a different thing. Yeah, I'm not working with the human in the brain-machine interfaces, but there is also a lot of research there, and there are also promising results. So computers can correctly detect with the probability of close to 90-something% of what you're thinking about, right? And if you think something very direct, I need to take a bus home, it's pretty easy for brain chip to determine if you're...
Thank you, Michael. That was a very interesting demonstration, and actually the last words were a bit scary about the brain. So I want to thank you all for being here today and give you a quick outlook for tomorrow. So we will start again at 9 with the conference registration, and then at 10 there will be a keynote from Michael. So he's ending the day today, and tomorrow morning he'll be with us talking about language learning with AR. And then followed by a colleague, I don't know if she's here still, who will be talking about teaching ancient Greek with the support of AR. And then you will listen to 2 reflections, one from Chrissa about the pedagogy of our project, and then mine will follow about the MOOC and the results. And this leads me to a note that I don't know if how much experience you have already with AR, but if you don't have any, the toolkit that George was presenting earlier today is a very good place to start and have a look and see the different tools, and then take it from there and get some ideas about experimenting. And the same with our MOOC, and we've got already the results that participants say that was a good way to try it out. It's a safe place, it doesn't take long, and you don't have to do, you can register today and just look through it. You don't have to, well, if you want to get the certificate, we are very happy, but these two options I want to hand over to you for this afternoon if you still have some time and want to try it out. So please visit our website, which you can get through the QR code, and there you will find the material. So thank you very much for being here today, and I hope to see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.